Mixed up a cherry Coke with the Mexican Coke. Freaking delicious. Mm. God, it's so much better than that American. Like, so what I've noticed, like with American sodas, like that's made with high fructose corn syrup, it's so fucking anemic. Like, there's really not a lot of flavor to it. It doesn't like, I don't know. It's just weird. But the Mexican shit, like the Fanta, Sprite, and Coke, is just excellent. Mm. Oh. Andrew Schultz. Oh shit, here we go again.
Yeah. Maybe we could actually talk to chat now. Since this isn't really a scheduled thing.
Oh fuck, I just got a good pop in my back. Nice.
Lucky bastard.
Oh, it was like
I think I heard that.
I've been waiting for that for a couple days, just in the chair, just fucking, yeah.
Lucky bastard.
Yeah.
I wish my back would pop.
Well, it's just temporary, though. It'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Oh, I know. But temporary relief is better than no relief.
Yeah.
How's the house going, Trey? Andrew Schultz is asking.
Trey, are you fucking there?
Huh? What? Huh? Look at the pretty lights.
Oh, he's just farting. That's what he was doing.
No, my brother was showing me a video.
He's blowing a fucking fart, and
beer towers.
Communists. Okay, Brett, you had the fucking link. Get the fuck in here. Put your fucking money where your mouth is tonight.
Officers.
Ossifer.
Yeah, Ossifer. Yeah.
Why don't you go back to work and get your fucking Bronze Star?
With a V device, because you actually defended the office.
You respect my authority.
Get a Purple Heart because you ended up with a fucking paper cut.
Dude. Jake, did I tell you about that fucking pogue that at Cropper, like speaking of Purple Hearts, that I got pissed off about?
Probably, and I probably put it out of my mind.
So he was up on the catwalk. We had a riot, right?
On the catwalk.
And on the catwalk, and he didn't have his K-pod on. And some fucking, detainee threw a fucking chunk of concrete at him. And he got nailed in the head, and his head got, kind of split open and shit. It was a decent one. And then he got a fucking Purple Heart. No cab. No, he did get a cab from that rocket thing. But so he got a Purple Heart too. He was an E7. Go figure.
Of course.
Dude, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, come on. Technically, he was wounded by the enemy. Technically, yes. I get it, but you know what I mean?
Was it really enemy, though? Because we never declared war.
Well, then Jonesy's Purple Heart doesn't matter. Because we never declared war on Afghanistan. With that logic. No, but here's the thing, is like I'm just fucking around. But like, no, that guy got a Purple Heart for getting a rock thrown at his head, and his head got split open. Yeah, he got hurt and everything. But I'm like, and then I know guys like Jonesy and other people who lost limbs and shit like that, who also got a Purple Heart. I'm like, the award system needs a little bit of refining,
Yeah. There should be no rank attached to rewards either.
I mean,
that's it. That's all I ask for. Yeah.
I mean, I think there should be he was wounded by a big hit throwing a rock. Like, it's still.
Yes. Dude, so in my opinion,
not to suck up to the Third Reich, but dude is like a level, was it bronze, gold, and silver, or bronze, silver, and gold?
It was black, silver, and gold.
That's it. Yeah, do it that way. Like, if you get wounded once by non-combat, black, and if you were literally legit shot by insurgent or a enemy, silver or gold or whatever. You know,
Well, here's the thing
however
is,
you want to put it.
I don't
Rainbow.
actually, I don't care the fact that he got a Purple Heart, because of the fact that it literally met the criteria. You're wounded by an enemy combatant. You were treated for it. You have an LOD. It's a yes or no thing with the Purple Heart. You either earn it or you don't. Okay. I just found it funny that this guy decided to not wear his K-pot. And if he was wearing it, that wouldn't have happened. But because he was such a badass, fucking pogue, he didn't feel the need to throw his K-pot on. And I'm like,
but it's so hot, I mean,
well, it was nighttime. And yes, it was hot. You're correct. It was hot. It was hot as fuck. But no, like, so I'm just saying, like, there's a scale, and it's a yes or no thing. Do I think he earned the Purple Heart? Yes, technically. But then I've seen people who have lost limbs and they've been burned and like scarred severely, and it's the same award, And like,
yeah.
But here's the thing: is if you go into the fucking like black, silver, and gold kind of thing, that's also like, how do we? It just makes it more complicated, right? It's either you get it or you don't. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. It's not a fact. It's just that's the way I think about it.
Night, Nick.
So,
Nick's going to bed.
Cool. Good night.
Okay, back to mama. Back to mama. Good night, bud. We'll see you tomorrow. No. No, he wants to come back.
Give him some moonshine. Don't knock him out.
God damn. That caught me for a loop. I was just trying to drink some Coke. Fuck it.
Pros.
No, open tabs, like, no. So this guy, I don't know if you caught the whole story. He was technically wounded directly by an enemy combatant. Okay. Not in the way that it usually happens, but he was technically wounded.
The enemy combatant was in custody.
But it still was an enemy combatant, you know what I mean? And it's like, therefore I believe, yeah, it's fine, but like I still talk about it for a reason, because I'm like, well, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like that fucking idiot. Okay. That's just the only point that I had. Oof. Coca-Cola. Very fizzy.
Fizzy bubbly.
Yeah, so Nick, yeah. When I was down there, like Nick, like just like him and your other son were like freaking
Daniel.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you wanted to say it on stream.
Yeah.
But like they were like not scared of me at all, and I fucking love that, because usually like kids that I don't know are scared because I'm so big and I'm loud and I'm obnoxious and whatever.
Huge.
But like they weren't scared at all. It was awesome.
Huge.
Hey Brett, figure your shit out before I allow you on. As an office, I'm sorry. As an officer, there you go. There we go.
Yeah, I'm in the truck, so I just wanted to pop in and call y'all communists
truck?
for not.
Well,
He's in a
that's
Humvee.
a
He's
Nissan
sitting right
Frontier.
seat in the Humvee.
I thought you were.
He rigged up a webcam to the Blue Force tracker.
Yeah, I wish that was the story of my day today. Dealing with we got an FTX coming up next week,
That sucks.
and the BC. So the BC wasn't there, the XO wasn't there, and so everything kind of just fell on me. Like, I'm now
Time
the
to go
de
home.
facto battalion commander, and like none of this Camo stuff works for the exercise that's supposed to be next month, and now it's my fault. I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you're the scapegoat.
I
Yeah,
tell
so
you what.
we don't have Blue Force trackers anymore. We have JBCPs.
You tell the boys to go home and you will be
Yeah.
the hero forever.
Oh well, they put me in charge. We booked out of there at 1500.
You know what would be even better than telling him to go home? Saying, I've got a keg of beer and free pizza on the way.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, my OER is already a little dodgy. I gotta.
Okay.
That's
Fair
why
enough.
OERs should be written by the subordinates, not by the superiors.
Yeah. Jesus.
Because I
Yeah,
guarantee you,
freaking
if you told the guys when you're out in the field, hey, I've got 2 kegs of beer and I've got 2 dozen Pizza Hut pizzas on their way,
the
your
Army
OER would be
has
sparkling.
the Army's. We went through a phase like around 2012, 2015 where alcohol was just a total no-go. Like we never do any alcohol.
There's a reason
Like,
for that.
Yeah, but there's a little bit more like some tolerance now for responsible drinking out of duty hours that
Yeah.
like at dining in or after at dinner after Saturday night at drill you can have a beer. It used to be when you signed in for drill for that 48-hour block, whether you even went home or not, you were under this strict no alcohol at all, no alcohol period.
I
even at
remember that.
house.
I remember.
Yeah,
Dude.
it was
So there was a time in 2011
remember
we had been
that.
back for about a year and a half, and we went to a Leonard Skinner concert, right? That was in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in Wisconsin. These guys have been saving up money, like this fire department, and they're like, we want to have Leonard Skinner. There's a $500,000 payment to get them booked. They did it. We go there, and it's a fucking drill weekend, and they said 0 alcohol because the Capitol's being kind of taken over. And there's a possible chance, like it's being protested and shit. Because they didn't like our governor or some shit. So we go to a Leonard Skinner concert and we were like, yeah, we couldn't drink at all. So we didn't. And there was a lot of that shit. I remember that shit a lot.
Good night, Nicodemus.
But
I
yeah.
just noticed his name.
Hero of the Fatherland? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's an ossifer.
Y'all haven't thanked me for my service.
We did.
Oh, you did?
Sir, thank you for your service.
Yep.
That's
Cheers.
right. Do you know
Reason that
how many
we're free.
emails I forwarded today?
At
Like
least 2.
12. I hit that reply
Whoa.
all button and just blasted
Damn.
everybody.
That's a gold. That's a gold medal right there already.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like this guy's a
You know,
fucking hero.
At the
Yeah,
very least, a gold star sticker.
When you're and you're sending that email up, you're forwarding that, instead of saying like "Good morning, sir," comma, you just say "Sir," comma. That's right.
That's fucking hardcore, honestly.
I don't do this for the glory. I don't do this for all the accolades. I do it because this country needs me on that wall. They need me in that reserve center, hitting reply all on this email about the color of the stain that we used on the arch that's going to be used for the NCO induction ceremony being 2 different colors.
Oh my god.
Are you sure you hit reply all and not forward all?
I do reply all, and then I forward it to all the other people who I think deserve to have seen my epic email.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that if you just hit forward on the email, then it implies that you actually didn't do anything to it.
Well, I respond to the email, and then I forward it to a bunch of other people to see what I said.
It's legit.
This is very high level field grade officer stuff. I don't really.
Yeah,
expect you to
we would not understand.
the
So
nuance.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
What? I mean, should we get him a Knight's Cross or?
I think the Legion of Merit
badges.
is appropriate. I think that's.
I think we should. I think we should look under World War I awards.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
that's for
There we
the
go.
Corps de Mérite, the blue
There we
mat
go.
would
The
work.
Iron Cross First Class.
Oh,
There we go. Yeah, there's the blue
There we
mats
go.
right there.
There we go. Right. Yeah, we'll get
Yeah,
you
we need to
that.
bring back neck orders.
Yeah.
oh
get
shit,
You,
fuck yeah,
we'll get
yeah.
you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think
Now
the U.S.
that is
besides
just
the
a
Medal of Honor
sick
has
looking medal.
neck orders, right?
In like
Besides the
small
Medal of Honor?
text, in small text on the back, it'd be like for the forwarding of emails you did today. All 12 of them.
We should get him a wound badge, a World War I wound badge.
You know, my wrists are a little sore from all that.
He might have
And my
a callus
clicking
developing on
finger-
his mouse finger.
Yeah, my clicking
What?
finger. You know, the mouse pad I have does not have wrist support.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
get you
it's
that
bad.
black wound badge immediately.
Yeah.
There you
because
go.
That
Yeah,
thing
there
will- yeah, we'll get him.
You can wear that on your uniform next time you go to drill.
Well, here's
Yeah,
the
I
thing: is
also
like
probably
now
got,
the old school wound badges, like if you wore ACUs, you're entitled to that shit. Apparently,
Thanks for
nowadays.
remembering the main.
So today, the CSM was talking today. We have an exercise next week. And the CSM was saying she doesn't want to see the UCP ACU pattern. She's like, by now you should DX or turn in your, and I'm thinking, all my shit is ACU pattern. Like,
Oof.
You know
I
what
don't
you should
have
do?
like everything is still ACU. They didn't give me any of the new shit.
Brent, you
think
know what
that-
you
I
should
think
do
that-
is you should get ACU pattern underwear.
I think the issue was only uniform, not gear regulated. Was
Yeah,
it 20,
well, the
2019?
CSM now is on the gear. Like the
But-
gear needs to be.
But see, I don't think it's
same.
I don't think it's an organizational SOP. It was only uniform.
So,
They
so
didn't.
the next
So I had all ACU crap on my clothing record for just this last deployment, and they said that's still serviceable. Off you go. So if it's good
Yes.
enough for Iraq,
Yep.
it's got to be good enough for a little happy Army Reserve field training exercise in the back 40 of Fort Indiantown Gap, Pennsylvania. I'm assuming.
what you need to do, Brad, is you need to get yourself a pair of ACU briefs, right?
God
If
help
it
me
isn't
if the
the Mad
CSM
Hatter.
is a
Hey
fan
guys,
of,
how's everybody?
Mike's
Hey.
channel.
Really quick. Hey, everybody that's here and in the chat, fucking salam.
Slonek,
Shlonek,
Assalamu
Gawad.
go on. Hey, how's everybody?
Yeah, dude.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How are you?
Not too bad.
Dude, you fucking made it. Shit, dude.
Yeah.
So
It's
Salam-
possible we met at Cropper.
Yes.
Possible.
I think
Yeah,
you
yeah.
did. Yeah, Jake was in he was in Delta Company, the guys that were like running the detainees and shit, like
Yeah.
in the MRAPs. And so Jake was at Cropper a lot. And I'm pretty sure he ran across you because you were working with me. And so, you know, so long story short, this is one of my interpreters, probably my favorite one, to be honest, that I worked with in Iraq. And I thought he was fucking dead for years after we left. And he's not. He's living in the US now, finally, like they promised him. And fucking here. How you doing, buddy?
Doing
Congratulations.
good, man. It's like
Yeah.
a devil.
Fucking A, man. Yeah, you look great, man.
Oh, thank you. You all looking great.
Yeah, well, I got fat again. You know this, but like,
Spoiler,
No.
he was never skinny.
Yeah, yeah.
but
What's that behind you? What's that weapon over there? Why you putting weapons there? You showing us
'Cause I
like you
collect
have
them.
like
I love them.
arsenal?
I'm not
Oh.
What are you fucking? Are you retarded? Like, no, I like guns. You
I
know
know.
this.
No,
I'm
I'm
good
just
with
joking
guns.
you, man. I'm just teasing you. Let me get my gun.
No, dude. So no. Oh shit! Please don't grab one. No. Hey, John,
Don't bring
or,
one on
Salam.
screen. Don't bring one
Salam,
on
don't do
screen.
that. Okay, don't do no weapons. You can't touch weapons on the stream. No weapons.
No, I'm not touching it.
Okay, good. Don't touch it.
Hey,
Please
don't freak out. I'm not gonna bring that damn bomb, man. I know I'm from Iraq, but Don't freak out, chill, man.
No, I'm saying YouTube rules. You can't show any weapons. Like you can't
You
hold
can't
them,
handle
right?
them.
Yeah.
And you can't say the N word if you know what that is. So
Oh, okay.
you know what I
know.
mean? Yes.
Nice
yeah,
But
you
you
know
year.
can
what it
call
is.
Mike
Gotcha.
fat. You can
Yeah,
call
you
Mike
call
fat.
me. But those are the two things that'll get the stream fucking zapped. Like
nice
gone.
year.
So no, dude, fucking it was like it's kind of funny because Brett came on and then Avery came on and then I was like you and I was like, what the fuck? Like I didn't think you were coming on tonight, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Brett, have you ever met Goober Grabber?
Not directly, but I've heard an awful lot.
Oh, dude. Brett, check this out. This motherfucker Avery made.
I am ashamed to say I am almost aroused.
Oh. Try put one of these fucking things on. The Hardy hat, man.
He's a artist with he's the Mad Hatter. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I
He's-
just made this one. Tonight.
Yeah, I got
Fuck,
like
there you go,
all
show
my
and tell.
parts. I'm still rocking the old Starbuck, but all my parts got Goober Grabber.
That's what I just made tonight.
Yeah, look at that
Oh,
shit.
that's sweet. See, that's the Rebs have they get their uniforms are so much cooler because there's so much variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Federal, there's a limited variety, but you don't have that creative expression that you can with Reb. Same thing with what I make with the ammo. The Reb ammo, the labels and the arsenal packs and everything are so diverse and there's so much you can use. And then the Federal stuff is just a plain brown wrapper. It's boring.
Yeah.
The Reb stuff is cool.
Well, didn't the Federals have like a white and blue string for some of their cartridges?
Some of theirs, yeah, they did.
Yeah,
Like
I've
some of
got
the Buck
the-
and Ball had a white and blue.
I've got the combustible cartridges book,
Yeah,
and one of them is like white and blue string that wraps the cartridge or the arsenal pack up.
There is one federal uniform. I can't say who the person examined it, but they told me personally it was a officer's private purchase coat, and the guy was so patriotic. He had red, white, and blue buttonholes hand stitched in his uniform.
Jesus.
I have to do that now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
He was probably supply most likely. So
He's a fucking
that's-
pogue. Yeah.
That's
He's
my
a fucking
officer
pogue.
impression.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
do more officer impressions than ordnance officer, so that would suit me just fine.
Yeah.
So the
No,
ordinance
that's-
ordinance he says different than the other operation. The officer.
Yeah. Ordnance is
I know
yeah,
for the bomb.
the trim is red, it's crimson, and so that's all the ammunition. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was-
John, they were in or Salam, they were in charge of like so all the ammunition that we got while we were there, the Ordnance Corps with logistics like goes, all right, we need to get this much, like the rounds that like Earth shot at those fucking detainees during the riots. The amount, when they needed more because they ran out, they were like, no, so they'll coordinate with the ordnance and logistics and be like, we need this much for whatever, and then they would that's who would bring it in the trucks to Earth, and then wherever they needed ammunition and shit like that. So it's a very important thing. But here's the thing is I didn't realize, like John or Salam, I keep calling you John, it's a habit. They because like we were infantry, right? You know that. Like we shot the fuck out of those guys. It was fun, kind of. And then the other the other jobs in the military, they don't really receive a lot of combat training. And so that's why they were kind of like, oh shit, what's going on? But they can supply everybody with everything else and like put people where they need to be. So that's why that works that way, is because the military, the US military, is really good with logistics and like getting materials to where it needs to be used. And that's that. So that's why you saw that. And that's how that works. And Brett's a logistics guy. and so he knows way better than I do how that works. But that's how we always got supplies. We always got water, we got food, all that stuff. So
Well,
yeah,
it's
there's different jobs. Go ahead.
It's the second oldest MOS in the Army. Infantry
Yeah,
came
well,
first, and then supply was second made the day after.
you have to have it, or else the infantry is
you don't have a war.
worthless. You're fucked. If the infantry doesn't have supplies, you're fucked. Like
You will die in a desert in Iraq.
Yep. Correct. And
Well, see, the problem is if the infantry doesn't get supplies from our own chain, we will acquire our own by whatever means necessary.
Yes.
And you don't want that. That's how war crimes happen.
It's also not sustainable. Like if we were to pick up like AKs and shit they were using in their ammo and shit, it's not sustainable. So you have to have a good supply chain, and that's the only reason.
Start using the enemy's weapons.
Well, so John, you remember Salam? God damn it, I keep saying.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so but you remember like all the water pallets, the pallets of water, the ammunition and shit that was like at Cropper, and then like even the Iraqi food, the Iraqi soldier food, that was all because those big ass fucking trucks would come in and deliver them, and they went up from Kuwait.
Yeah,
you know?
and the water.
That's what I spent a year doing, was those reefer trucks full of food.
Yep.
Yeah, it's from Kuwait now, from inside Iraq, because they like the U.S. bases in Kuwait, and they trust the food from there more than the Iraq.
Yes.
There may be some breach coming, and they put poison to soldiers, or like something. Even the tea walls, they don't make not Iraqi people, they make it. The Kuwaiti companies.
Mm-hmm. And Saudis, yep. And
there's actually a reason for that. Zeno in chat found out exactly why. He actually exposed an issue when he was there in 06. But I'm not going to tell his story.
Yeah, it's fine. He can, if he wants to come on, he can come on. But like, so yeah, John, that's the reason that those big ass trucks that come in with the food and the fucking water and shit at Cropper is like, yeah, we didn't trust the Iraqis because it's like, well, there's people in Iraq who you knew as well, that you're like, I don't trust this guy, and he could do some shit like that. But like because of the supply chain, like that's why we were able to eat food, That's why we were able to have fresh water.
I gotta jump off. My girlfriend's here delivering the dog. We're gonna grab a coffee.
All good, man.
Sounds
All
good,
good,
buddy.
Good talking to you.
Take care, man.
I just wanted to pop on and call you all
Yeah, buddy.
communists for not thanking me for my service. Yeah. No, Avery, we got to catch up because like you're like the walking hero among all my pards, and if they found out I was on a podcast with you, like I score mad cool points.
You're welcome for his service.
Yeah. Okay, I feel better now.
All right, later, man.
All right, good night, guys. Thanks.
Later.
Be
But
funny
yeah,
to tell him
like,
that his rank was on upside down. I should have done that.
Was it?
No, it wasn't. But it would have been funny to tell him because he would have looked.
Oh shit! I've actually seen that a couple times. But like,
it's funnier to tell that to like a captain or a lieutenant.
your rank's on upside down. What? But no. So John, like, we it's really cool. We've been talking like on these streams. We just sit there and shoot the shit like we're doing right now. And dude, without supply, like Cropper would have been absolutely fucked. Like, there's no way. Like, how much food do we need for the fucking detainees for us? And like water, like the amount of water we drank was insane.
The detainees, the food I believe it comes from Iraq.
But it was cooked by
Iraqi people.
Yeah, and that's why I liked it. I actually never got sick from the Iraqi food. Remember, like when you brought me to the Iraqi like chow hall?
Yeah,
like the little tent the first time, and everybody just went silent.
Yeah,
that's
like, right.
What the shit? And I was
you
like,
have everything. Why you coming to eat our food? Like they welcome, but they said like you have everything in a chow hall. Like what you want?
Yeah, and it was just like
potatoes and that.
And then it was like what I say is like a black guy walking into a Ku Klux Klan like biker bar, in the US is like everything went fucking radio silent. Everybody's like, what is he doing here? You're like, he's okay, he's makamushkala, you know, and whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then they all went, okay. And then I went up there and the guy like started serving me food and shit. I just did what you did because you went in front of me. And
You
and you're
copy
just
and
like,
paste, man.
no, and then so I started eating there because the food it was better. I never got sick from it at all, ever. And it was like it was fun sitting down with the Rockies and just shooting the shit. You know, we had the hummus on the fucking table, you know,
Yeah,
and then you
hummus
eat.
and I don't remember about meat, something like they mix it.
Yeah, and then you had Tepsi a lot, which was fucking delicious.
Something like this.
Yeah. Oh fucking A, yeah. Oh my god. Oh god, that looks so
I
good.
hope you see it right?
Dude, but like remember that like because I started going to the Iraqi chow hall by myself even when you weren't working, like when you had a week off or whatever. I would just go there by myself and they all knew me. So it was like, oh, okay. And then I just because the food was so good.
And
And
the chai, you take chai with a bottle, like.
oh, by the way, yeah. So I didn't tell you, I bought that chai and I made it for myself and my wife, and she
Oh, that's
loves
good.
it. She
Yeah,
loves it.
that's good.
And I made it for her parents as well, my mother and father-in-law, and they were like, "Oh shit, there's a lot of caffeine in here."
Yeah.
Oh God. and so I made it for them. But yeah, thanks for the link because I'll keep buying that brand of chai. That shit that's exactly what we had. You know.
Yeah, that we love.
Yeah. No,
Is
that
that fine if I smoke or the YouTube not gonna let you
yeah,
like?
you're fine. Again, don't handle weapons. Don't say the N word. That's it. That's the only regulations. You can smoke. You can vape. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So, but no, the Iraqi food was especially tepsi. I tried to make that once,
I'll
and
give the recipe. It's very easy. Like.
no, I know it's easy, but it just doesn't taste the same because like the animals don't eat the same
Yes,
vegetation. You
not
know,
natural grass.
right. And it's a little bit different, but it's still I made it with rice, you know, everything like that, and I made hummus
No,
the best
the
that I
tips
can.
is now with the rice. I remember you love the Pepsi with the it's without rice. It's kind of oily, but like not rice. The rice on the side.
That's what I
The
mean. Like,
biryani, with rice. You
oh fuck.
Georgie get you biryani.
Yes. Okay, so that was what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, biryani.
Yeah, and the Iraqi biryani is a little bit different than the Indian one, but it's
Oh yeah,
to me it tastes
oh,
better.
yeah.
Yeah. That's God, because I remember we had so many different meals, and then that was so good. Like the chai especially was fucking amazing. But no, the Iraqi food, I always on streams I'll always go off about the Iraqi food and like how fucking good it was versus the American processed bullshit that we had that was sitting in a fucking Mermite for 8 fucking hours before we got served. It's like Jesus, but like no, the Iraqi food and the Turkish food. Remember those Turkish dudes that were there for like, I don't know, they were there for like 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Working on they were making those the fucking posts in the TIFF. They were making those posts to like for vehicles so they wouldn't go into the I don't know if you remember that, but like Turkish food is really fucking good too.
Oh yeah, Turkish
It's
is
really
very
good.
good. Yeah.
So, but I'm gonna try to make tepsi pretty soon actually. That shit is fucking fantastic.
Yeah, Pepsi
But
is good.
it's so good. Like it's all just real
It's like
ingredients.
main dish, Iraqi main dish.
Yeah.
They love it.
Yeah, Tepsi is fucking awesome. So anyway, sorry guys, I'm just catching up
Yeah,
with
sorry. You
That's
know, you
fine.
know the iPhone, the Type C charger, we call it Type C. We just like a food. The Iraqi people, they don't know how to
oh
call it
Type
Type
C,
C.
Pepsi.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
just
okay,
call it Type
gotcha.
C.
Yeah, Type C, yeah. No, but no, Tepsi is fucking if you guys get a hair up your ass and you want some really good food, look up a recipe for Tepsi. What's the second word? How is that pronounced?
Biryani.
Tepsi, but it's
Tepsi,
spelled different.
oh, Tepsi on spell, I don't know. It's like, no, I said like the Iraqi people when the iPhone come with a Type C.
No, I get that. But like I'm saying, like so it's Tepsi. It starts with a B, like Brajan or some shit.
Oh,
Brajan.
Badinjan, yeah, eggplant.
Yes. So
Badijan.
Tepsi, yeah, it's a stew with eggplant.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's got lamb, tomatoes, peppers, onions, eggplant. It's fucking amazing. And the spice, it's just fucking amazing. But yeah. No, I miss that shit. But
It's good time we need to go back to Baghdad.
I don't know if I can go there. I don't know if John, can I go there or we're like
Yeah, you can go there. You can go to Arbil. It's very safe. Like a lot of American people, they go there.
Yeah, but American soldiers.
American soldiers, yes, they go to Arbil.
No
you
shit.
You might need a spray tan.
Hey, I have a friend. He's in the military. He's an Iraqi guy, but he go there like.
If I would be guaranteed to not be killed or kidnapped.
Why they kill you? You're fat. Like it's like they're not gonna kill you.
You fucking ass clown. Ass clown. Please caracoles.
He beat
Fucking
me
ass
to it. I was
clown.
like, kidnap a big boy like that? Nah.
You motherfucker. No, it's okay.
Nobody gotta kidnap you. They look. Sorry about that. They no, the militias.
Just wear a
they have-
hijab.
Yeah, they have a lot of money. They have millions. I see fucking kids. They were with the like 10,000 or 100. Like with 100, they go to coffee and they just spend the money like threw the money on bitches. Like, oh my daughter, she's screaming. Wah!
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Iraqi people. They're not gonna kidnap you for $5,000 or something. If there is $1 million behind you, yeah, they gonna kidnap you.
Oh,
they
so
not
I have to
gonna-
have some worth? They don't give a shit. So you're saying they don't give a
They're not
shit.
gonna give a shit like what you doing there.
So like
Yeah, you
Bravo, who was in
you
Iraq
poor-
as well, he wouldn't get kidnapped and like beaten or whatever because he was a soldier in
He's
Iraq.
lighter. He might get kidnapped since he's skinnier.
Why they kidnap you? Like it's if you say nothing, like it's just visitor and nobody kidnap you.
So as long as I don't say a
Unless
fucking
somebody leak your information to the militias, yeah, they gonna kidnap you. Like
that's what the fuck I'm talking about, you asshole. Like what the fuck? Like that's what I'm asking.
It sounds like a 50
Fucking God.
if you wanna go, come with me.
Oh yeah, that's reassuring. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
good
now that you-
insurance. Huh?
You just
Hey,
said they're not
saved
gonna
my-
kidnap
I
you.
saved my life. I told you my story from militias. It's fucking big group. Sorry, I'm saying that again.
No, I know that, but you also had the Tariq, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
The fucking pistol. And but no, it's like here's the thing is I don't if I were to go to Iraq, I would go there friendly, but if somebody even said, "Oh, this guy's on YouTube and he says he was in Iraq in 2009 as a soldier," that's what I mean by like I'm scared of like what they would do. You know, I wouldn't have any problem with that. I would just want to eat the fucking food. It's amazing. And just go around, but like so you understand now what my concern is
Yeah.
with going back to Iraq. So
Go to
That is
Kuwait.
the most American thing, just to go back to eat the food.
That's good, huh?
Avery, have you
Nah.
ever been to Iraq?
I think it would be the other way around. It wouldn't be the food. It would be the.
There is-
Yeah.
There is good thing about
itself.
Iraqi people, like they don't know you. You just like come from different country, you're gonna eat for free. You go to any restaurant, say like I'm different country, and I come here to try your food. They're gonna give it to you for free.
I know they do, but like again, like you just said, John, is like okay, if my information gets leaked and they figure out that I was there, I mean, you said they're going to kidnap you. Your story changed in like within 5 minutes, right?
No,
Oh, you're too fat.
like
They're
I
not going to
said, like
kidnap you.
if somebody said like this guy, he was soldier there, he was doing that, he was doing nothing. Like they think that the U.S. government they gonna pay you. They not kidnap. They not gonna kidnap you because you're fat or because you're white. Abu Hamra, they
Oh,
kidnap you
you
for the money.
motherfucker. Yeah. Okay. Right. Fuck stick.
By the way,
the
Abu
only-
Hamra means redneck.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only way this could be
John,
better is if
John, what
the-
was my full fucking name that you guys called
Abu
me?
Hamra, Hashash. No, it's
Dude,
they call you Hashash Abu Hamra.
Hey, I found my fucking patrol cap the other day.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah, the same one.
Yeah, you saw me wearing this. And it says Hashash. And you
Yes,
showed me how to write
Hashash.
it. Fucker. Hashash Abu Hamra. And then
Hashash Abu Hamra.
every time I talk to somebody, so John, I was in Los Angeles a couple years ago, and we took an Uber, and this dude was like, he sounded like he had an Arabic accent, but he was like, "I'm from Turkey." I said, "Nah, you're not." I'm
Maybe
like,
he's scared. Yeah, maybe he's
"No,
scared.
no." So but because I know the accent, I'm like, "Nah, I don't think you are." And then I said, Shlonik, and he just looks in the rearview mirror like in a movie, and he's like, Zien, Inta? And I said, yeah, and I said, Shismek. And he's told me his name. I forgot his name, but like, and then he goes, Shismek. And I said, Ismi Hashasha Bahamra. And he goes,
No, Hashash Abu
and he
Hamra.
starts laughing his ass off. And he was from Syria,
Yeah.
and like, but he moved to Turkey, and he was just ashamed, like, because of the war that was going on and all that shit. But like, he was from Syria, so he's like, your accent is very Iraqi. And I was like, it's where I learned Arabic. Weird enough, you know?
Yeah, there. We've been there for like. That's a good time. I like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was, when we were there, like, you helped me, like, learn a lot of Arabic, like Iraqi Arabic. And I knew a lot more when I was there, but when I came home, I just kind of went, I'm going to step away from this. But like, remember when we were in the tent at Earth, and we'd be sitting there. I was the only, because I didn't like my guys that I was with. We'd be smoking cigarettes and playing backgammon.
Yeah.
Don't ever, by the way, anybody listening, never ever fucking play backgammon with an Iraqi person.
Why we're cheaters?
No, you invented the game. You know the game. You're fucking.
Yeah.
It's impossible. It's
My wife
impossible.
and I used to play backgammon with each other.
Oh, dude, the Iraqis are fucking. It's criminal how good they are at it. They don't cheat necessarily, and if they do, you don't notice it. And it's like these fucking guys. So like, hey, John, check this out. I'm gonna send this to a buddy of mine. He was in Afghanistan. Remember this?
Oh, and this Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, it's your buddy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, so we would play for money, like actual US money, and I wanted modern Iraqi dinars. And I remember I won one game, and I won like, I don't know, $20 worth of dinars. It wasn't that much. And then they just fucking raped me. Like I was like, I'm done. We're done playing here. And you were sitting there, and then the one time, who the fuck was that guy?
Brian, he's cheat.
What?
The Iraqi guy, Brian.
Yeah,
The short guy. Yeah, he's cheat a lot.
Yeah, because you were sitting there just like whatever, and then you told me that the whole thing, and there was another game that they played where they were like, which card did you touch? Like I can smell it. Like I think it was Georgie.
Yeah.
And the guy would just take a drag off of a cigarette every time, like, he would leave the room and then come back in, and then he would take the other guy would take a drag off of his cigarette, and I'd lose money every time. And I'm like, fuck this, I'm done.
Yeah, they
And you
are
were sitting
cheap.
there laughing, and you finally told me, you're like, dude, here's how it works. And I'm like, oh my God, they just fucked me hard, and yeah, anyway,
They took your money or they give it back?
no, they took it, and I got it back in
Motherfuckers.
dinars. I got it back in dinars.
Oh, okay.
So it kind of like they won, but like they got more US dollars because I wasn't supposed to have cash on me, but I would pull
Yeah,
cash
Brian
out.
and Georgie, they are cheat a lot.
Well,
Georgie cheats a lot.
well, Georgie's still alive, which is good. He's in
Yeah,
Austria.
he's good. Yeah. Yeah, I
But
think Brian, he told me he's dead.
yeah, I think most of the guys we worked with are dead.
Yeah.
Because I know Big Turk got killed right when ISIS took power. He got killed in Fallujah. It's really fucked up to think about. But like, Georgie's still alive. You're still alive. I thought you were dead for fucking 8 years. I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh shit, like he's fucking toast.
Almost.
And then,
Almost.
yeah, I know, but like then you messaged me on Skype, and I'm like, is this you? And then you're like, yeah, it's me. But anyway, catch it up enough. So Avery,
That's
what do you got
fine.
going? What do you got in the works?
Oh God, hats.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I just
Today I'm
blocked-
off. No work.
Yeah, more work, man. I just blocked 9 hats today, and I'm gonna be doing some more clothing here soon. Mostly cocked hats for Rev War, and some Hardy hats.
I might actually order a tricorn from you eventually.
Dude, it's the 250th, man.
Yeah.
At Lexington and Concord, allegedly, Daddy Trump's gonna be there. You'll know all the Virginians are walking by versus New Englanders. You'll see all of us raising our hands and hats as we walk by them. They Rev War guys sometimes don't like the Southerners as much. It's kind of funny.
See, and that's the thing is like, I don't know if I told you that story, Avery, but like, I was down in North Carolina in like 2016, and the guy I was with is a North Carolinian, through and through. And we were driving to fucking wherever, but like, he gets his dad on the phone on the car, like, so it's in the speaker system and everything. So I can hear him, and he's just bullshitting with him, blah, 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 how you doing? And, he goes, yeah, I'm sitting here with my buddy. He's from Wisconsin. And he goes, oh, okay. Well, hey man, good to meet you. Did you know that North Carolina fielded more soldiers in the American Civil War than any other state in the Confederacy? And I said, no, I didn't know that, but I just gave the 2nd Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry Regiment more targets to fucking drop. And it was a silence for like 10 full seconds, and he just started laughing. He goes, all right, fair enough.
We tease our buddy. He's from North Carolina a lot, and we give him hell. But yeah, North Carolina, they did allegedly give the most, only by like, I think they beat Georgia by 20,000, but Georgia had,
it wasn't much, but it was still like, but
I'll give
they
it to them
just
this,
still
like at
stick to that.
Gettysburg, 1 out of 4 guys at Gettysburg for the Confederacy was North Carolinian. So it's like, okay, North Carolina did their shit, but I always tell everybody the reason why Georgia got slaughtered in '62, like that was the bad year for if you were a Georgia soldier. First off, you didn't want to be there. You got on the wrong train, and Lee takes over, decides he wants to flex. But North Carolina, they're cool. There's a cool quote from a colonel. I have to find it just to send to y'all. And if you look at battle maps, it's always North Carolina and Georgians together on the Confederacy.
Mhm.
Like you'll see, like, and one colonel always said he referred to that line as the hard hitters because, like, he knew like they won't break, they can hold, like and they'll advance whenever they're told to. So, so we give each other shit back and forth.
Yeah,
but
and then, but yeah,
Northern, cool though. Like I don't think not enough guys. Like there's some cool moments for like the Yankees and all that. Like obviously like first Minnesota and all that. But there's some states like Connecticut, New Hampshire. Like they fought pretty damn hard considering like their size. They don't really ever get talked about either. Just one of those weird things.
Yeah, I know, and it's like that's why, like, because I'm, obviously born and bred Wisconsinite, right?
Yeah.
And I obviously know that other states and shit like put in their fucking effort. Minnesota, it was funny during that time, was having problems at home with the natives
Yeah.
and during the Civil War, and it's like, oh my god, so they could only field so many guys, and they had their like basically their state guard, which is a bunch of old dudes with like fucking muskets and shit, like trying to kind of fend off that shit. And so Minnesota was there, and then but Wisconsin, dude, like we have a fucking reputation and a track record of every time we're deployed into combat, like guys from Wisconsin, we fuck shit up like big time. I don't care what conflict it is, we fuck shit up, and it's like, okay,
Look where they come from, though. I mean, I hate to say it, if you look at the heritage of most people in the Midwest, they have like the warrior bloodline going back to Europe. I mean,
yeah, it's the Vikings, the fucking Germans, the French Canadians.
They're just hard fighters.
Yeah, and it's like, we go, okay, we need to take, that's the objective. All right, we're going to fucking take it. We don't give a flying fuck about the casualties. We're just going to go for it. You say that's what we need to do. Let's go.
That's what makes Wisconsin, like Illinois, some Ohio troops, like certain regions, like the only difference between them and a lot of Confederates was literally their state didn't secede. Like if you actually look at a lot of in the West, like a lot of these guys realize, like, dude, we're just alike. The only difference is my state left, yours didn't. Like our mindset's the same. We like, in my opinion, Uncle Billy's army was one of the top 5 armies ever raised in human history. It's when that mindset of that army, like they knew he would take them anywhere. Like the jauntiness of them, they were cocky, and we could have taken Europe with that army. There's no doubt in my mind. Logistics would have, that army could have done it.
Dude, and that's the thing is like, that's why I think our Civil War, like the Spanish Civil War, different story. I think that was way more bloody than ours, to be honest.
Yeah.
But like, I think that's why our Civil War was so fucked up, is because you had all these. So, okay, I have a lot of friends from the South, and they don't consider me a Yankee. They consider somebody from New England a Yankee. Shut the fuck up, Trey. You fucking said the same thing.
That's excessive. That's excessive.
Yeah, and so we're rural out here in Wisconsin. Like we're on our fucking own, and we got the fucking winters to deal with, right? It's not fun. And so you go, oh, guess what? We're marching down south. Well, we're used to the cold.
It'll be warmer.
Yeah, it'll be warmer.
And smelling sulfur down there.
Yeah, exactly. And then you go,
look, a bird. Oh, fuck, it's a mosquito.
Shoot it anyway. We'll have it for supper.
Yeah.
Have y'all read the letters from Vicksburg from the federal side? There's an account of one of the guys. He talks about. I think he was like a Massachusetts boy, so like he's just hating life. All right, like Mississippi, and he literally, I think he quotes of like, if they're willing to fight this hard over this ground, he's not like the swamps. He's like, let them have it. Like this shit.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck them.
And then there was another guy, he talks about the at nighttime, he could see like all these eyes in the water just staring at him. And he was just terrified. Because you can imagine like being a New England soldier. You come down south thinking you're hot shit, and all of a sudden there's like a dinosaur in the water looking at you. You're like, what is this? You know?
Yep.
There's no Google. There's no Google or nothing. Like,
I mean, like,
what you read in the textbooks.
You've never seen one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, hell, when I lived in Florida, I ain't from Florida. Like, okay, great example. Most of us who live, because we live more rural, we can go out in the woods at night. We're okay. You know what I mean? Like, we're okay mentally. We can walk out in the woods. It doesn't bother us that much. But there are my friends who like grew up like on the ocean. They'll go out in the water at nighttime. You couldn't pay me enough money.
No, that's the thing is like people in different regions with different experiences are good at different things. And like, I wouldn't go out on the fucking ocean at night. Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell? What are we doing here?
I don't want to get. I have bigger torso, so I'm like, dude, a shark sea. Like, I'm an all-you-can-eat buffet. You know what I mean? Like, this is you're gonna get a good meal out of me. I'm not doing it. Well,
that's the thing too. Is like, I'm a big boy as well with a long torso and average sized legs. But like, I mean, I'm like, I don't have a good balance either. Like just walking, I don't have good balance, right?
I tell my friends, if you ever see me easing out of the water, you better get the hell out. I won't say shit until I'm out, but once I'm telling you, if I'm in the ocean, I got to have at least 6 to 8 beers in me to get kind of in there. You know what I mean?
It's even. I have to have my feet touching the sand.
Oh, I don't.
I'm not doing it.
I don't. No way, Jose.
You know what I mean? Like if I'm in the ocean, if I'm swimming, my feet must be touching the sand.
Oh yeah.
Or I'm not going any further.
You start seeing those yellow helicopters, and because I live down there, and I didn't know what that was, and all of a sudden, like I'm sitting there watching the news that evening, and I see the beach I'm on. There's like black dots everywhere. I'm like, mother of God.
Well, we also have up here. We have Lake Superior, right? You ever been up there?
Yeah. No, I haven't been up there.
That is a fucking unforgiving lake. That is a fucking. It's cold as shit year round.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the ocean with its currents and shit. And it's beautiful.
Deep,
it's
too.
absolutely it's deep.
It, man.
No, I'm not trying to sell it. It is beautiful though, like the coast and like if you can find a place.
It literally looks like an ocean. Like if you take a picture of it, you would never know like it's not the ocean.
Dude, it's the biggest freshwater body in the world. It's not the deepest because there's Lake Baikal in Russia. That's deeper, but it's less geographically like big. Yeah. This fucking lake is so fucking big. Like it literally looks like the ocean, but it's freshwater. And it's fucking so a few years back, my one of the guys I used to hang out with has a cabin up there. And he had a sauna. So we would go and we would jump in the sauna and roast ourselves until we're like, okay, we're done. And then we would go and run and jump in the fucking lake, which on July 3rd and 4th of like 2018 was like 40 degrees.
I don't know how y'all do it.
Dude, we did it. Actually really refreshes your body. It's fucking weird, but like it's fucking insane. And dude, so many fucking wrecks have happened on that lake. I mean, because they'll go out, they'll just try to extend. They'll be like, oh, we can do another run in November. November is when it really gets shitty.
No, you can't.
Lake. What?
No, you can't. You can't do that. No, you can't do one more run in November.
No, but they always try it, and they're like, well,
they always fail.
Nowadays. Yeah, because it'll literally split these fucking freight ships in half, and they'll just right down to the bottom.
See,
and it's like what was it? How many meters deep is it, Jake? It's pretty fucking deep.
I think there's parts of Lake Superior that are like 1,200 feet deep.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's freezing cold. It's ice cold.
See, I don't want.
I've only been in Erie.
Yeah, see, I commend y'all for like still like living up there. Like anywhere they could film a Coca-Cola commercial, I don't want to live there. That's why, like that is my that's my thing.
Maximum depth of Lake Superior is 1,300 feet.
Damn.
The average depth is 480 feet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so when I moved to Georgia for the second time, I lived across the street from Lake Lanier, and it's a haunted lake. And I'm gonna read off how many deaths so far. I think it was over 700 so far. It's a Georgia lake. It is the most deadliest lake for some reason in the entire country. It's really weird.
Is it huge?
Not really.
Lake Lanier?
Lake Lanier, Georgia. I'm gonna type in how many deaths.
Right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a piss while you look that up, and then Jake, can you look up how many deaths have been confirmed on Superior?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Let's see. How many people? Could you imagine if Civil War soldiers had Google with their tips, like just sitting in camp? Like that just would have been amazing.
And then looking up the algorithm between the two armies.
Yeah, let me check this guy Hood's resume real quick. Hold up. I'm going on LinkedIn. Let me look at this. Almost 700. Yeah. It's a weird lake, man. They actually made like a B-rated like horror film about it. But like everybody dies there. Like when I used to live there, like they would be like during the summer, about every 4 to like days to a week. Be like, oh, someone else drowned. It's just so they took a town out basically and relocated the people, and they covered it up with the lake. So like there's probably some ancient Indian burial ground, some shit.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've only been on Lake Erie for the D-Day reenactment.
Is
And
that the
that's
one
the-
that like all the flies and shit? Like that one time a year, it's like all the flies come out. I saw a video and I'm like, that just looks
No,
terrible.
not that I know of. It's the Conneaut, Ohio. It's on Lake Erie, and it's the best of both worlds. Like you have waves and whatnot, and it's fresh water, so it's not salt. And
nothing-
Lake Erie has been cleaned up a whole lot, apparently. It's amazing. I love it. I mean, it's kind of cold, but I mean,
Yeah.
pretty much all fresh water like that. Even salt water is cold at certain points, but it's amazing. Like you still have the waves. It's not as exasperated as like the Atlantic where the waves are coming in, but you
Yeah.
still have it if you want to, enjoy the beach. But there's no salt water, so it's still amazing.
Well, that's the thing. Like again, like I just don't want to get eaten. You know what I mean? It's like that lake. Like if I could
Yeah.
literally go into the water and like know it's like I can sit here and nothing is going to take me under. Like that would to me would be like a whole new feeling. I would trade that. I could trade a few degrees for that because like up in the Atlantic, you got like 15-foot monsters swimming around just waiting. And I'm sure fishing up there is probably pretty cool too.
I mean, I don't think there's any sharks in Lake Erie, but
No, I mean Kid Rock.
I think they're.
Shit up there, so it must be cool.
Yeah, I think there have been a few that were found, but you're not talking about like great whites in like Florida and stuff.
I think what was it like St. Louis? They found one as a bull shark that went up there in Mississippi. But yeah, if I could swim in like a huge lake that's like I could fish on, not get eaten, that'd be actually pretty cool. And
Because we do it, we'll do like the Conneaut D-Day event.
Yeah.
Come in, do the amphibious landing and whatnot, go back to camp, change, and then come back out to the water and like play in the water. That's
fun.
It's cool. Pretty good. That was probably some of the best sleep I ever got year round because the cold air coming off of the water under the pyramid tents in your cot, and you're like, I'm snuggled up in a World War II sleeping bag. Some of the best sleep I got all year long. It was amazing.
What are you talking about?
Conneaut, Ohio.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Coming off Lake Erie, you're talking about?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude. Like the cold air, the cold, damp air coming off of the lake. Because, our camp is set up on top of the cliff, and we're in pyramid tents.
Yeah, yep.
When we're on cots, and I've got my wool sleeping bag with a wool blanket on top of me if it's that cold.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's some of the best sleep I got all year around, man. It's amazing.
That's the thing with like Lake Superior is like because my wife and I all go up there usually about at least once a year and just kind of just hang out for like 3 to 5 days depending, and we'll just open up all the windows and we'll stay like right on the lake,
Mm-hmm.
in a nice place, and it's freaking awesome. Jake, you said you've been to Bayfield, of course.
Yeah, I've been to
But
Bayfield.
like, have you been to Madeline Island?
No, we went to Bayfield for Valentine's Day, so nothing was running across the lake.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, the ferries aren't. Yeah, because it's all frozen.
And I didn't at the time. I didn't have a vehicle that was capable of driving across the lake.
Yeah, that you don't fuck around with that lake. Like
no, that's when I had my Mercury Milan, and it was an underpowered front wheel drive piece of shit. So,
Oh,
it was barely able to handle the snow covered roads in Bayfield.
Someday we should go to Madeline Island because like when Sophie and I were up there, in Bayfield, shit was about to close and everything, but the ferry was still running. So we actually We popped over just on foot on the ferry, right? It's like $8
Yep.
or whatever. And then we were like, well, there's nothing open over here. Let's just grab the car, jump on the ferry, and then go to this island and then just drive around. And so we did. It's fucking beautiful. Everything is just amazing up there. Like it's cold.
That's kind of the same like Washington Island off the end of Door County Peninsula.
Oh yeah, that's another place we wanted to go is Door County because we've never been there.
Oh God, Door County is gorgeous. I fucking love Door County.
If
it wasn't for all the Illinois tourists, I would love to live in Door County.
Yeah.
So like,
the Illinois tourists fucking ruined that whole.
What's y'all's window up there for like? Hey, I can wear
Memorial Day to Columbus Day.
So that's y'all's like shorts and t-shirt. That's your window span basically.
Yep. It's pretty much Memorial Day to Columbus Day.
Yeah, we've got about 6-ish months.
That's not bad. That's not.
Well, although this past week has been pretty much shorts and t-shirt weather, except for yesterday.
Yeah, it's been like 25 degrees. So I'm out there doing shit outside, and I'm just wearing PJ pants and a fucking like what I'm wearing right now.
It got up into the 40s a couple of times this past week.
I was out there. I was like fucking almost sweating. I was like, Jesus.
You were out there wearing your Speedo.
That's me in 3 layers. That's three layers.
The other night it was like 40, a low of 47. And I was like, I came to work in a long sleeve with the long sleeve underneath that. And I was like, I messed up. I'm going home and change. Went home and got 2 short sleeves on. I was like, yeah, I can't do this. It's pretty warm.
Yeah, we're up here. We're psychotic, and our body, like your blood thickens in the winter, so it can maintain heat.
Because in Florida, my after about 3 years in Florida, I got thin. Like my blood, like I would anything that dropped below 60 was like legit sweater weather down there.
Oh yeah, well. So I'll tell this anecdote because it does apply to everything else. Is like. When we were over in the desert, my buddy Dan and I were what?
No, I'm just thinking about my 2 tours and how my first tour was in Kuwait.
But you know this, so I'm just going to tell this story really quick. My buddy Dan and I, we worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. at the prison, right, in Iraq, and then so we got off shift, did our PT and all that shit. And then we were sitting there smoking a cigarette, and we had our heavy PTs on with our, snivel caps on and all that shit. And we're sitting there just shivering, smoking a cigarette before we go to bed. And this new fucking unit they get to where we're at, and they get off the bus, and they're wearing full battle rattle. And it's 3 a.m. It's the coldest point of the day. And it's about 85 degrees. And my buddy and I are shivering and going, let's just rip this heater and then fucking go back inside and go to sleep. We get off, and these people are coming off the bus, and they're pouring sweat, just like dying. And they're like, what the fuck? How are you wearing that? And I'm like, oh, you guys just get here? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, give it about 12 hours, bud. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, you think it's hot now? You fucking wait.
Uh-huh.
And so we saw these guys the next day, and they're just dying. It's like fucking probably the end of June or some shit, And Dan and I had acclimated, so our blood was very thin.
Yeah.
And we were like, let's just go rip a heater and then fucking go back inside. And then so the next day, these people show up, and they're like, oh God, how do you do this? How long have you been here? I'm like, I don't know, 4 months, something like that, 3 months. They're like, how do you do this? I'm like, just give it time. It's gonna suck.
Yeah.
It helped that we got there in the wintertime.
Well, we got there May 8th. And it wasn't technically winter, but it wasn't like the peak of summer.
Yeah.
And so we kind of got to get in. I mean, it was still, here's the thing. It was still hotter than a rattlesnake's fucking taint. It wasn't great. But like, we were able to acclimate a little bit more than these poor fuckers. And then they get off, and like, a week later they're acclimated and shit. And they're like, yeah, you guys weren't joking. And I said, no, we've been here for a while. Like, we know the fucking territory. Like, it's fucking hotter than shit here. And then August came, and my God, the fucking the in the shade temperature on the wet bulb that they have. You remember the wet bulbs? Was 140. So in the sun, it was probably like 160-ish. Because yeah, it was just fucking. It was so hot. It was ridiculous. Like, it was just like, I told the Iraqi guys, I was like, no wonder you guys have been fighting each other for fucking thousands of years. I'd be fucking pissed off too if I lived in a place this fucking hot.
Yeah.
And dude, it was nasty. And but the average temperature, like when we were there, in Iraq in 2009 was like, I don't know, about 120 during the day and like 100 to 110 during the night. So that was the average temp, and you get used to it.
Kuwait in 2006 was so much worse than Baghdad.
Well, it's humid too in Kuwait. That's the problem.
No, not always. It depends on which way the wind is coming from.
Well, if it's not coming from the Gulf, it's not humid.
If the wind is so in the wintertime, the wind comes off the Gulf, and it gets fucking cold. Like, it drops down into the 30s at night, but it'll get up into the 70s during the day.
Okay.
But it'll rain like all night, every night.
Oh, dude, that reminds me, the rain in Iraq, like, it didn't rain that much. It was only in the winter, like in December and shit like that, like late November, December. Dude, that fucking mud that forms from that fucking rain.
That's not mud, it's fucking clay. The ground, dude, the sand in Iraq is not sand. It's literally dried out and powdered clay. It's like modeling clay.
Oh man, because I remember
it builds up in layers and layers and layers on your boots.
In the rocks and fucking. Dude,
in rocks.
I had literally about 8 inches of fucking shit on the bottom of my boots, and I'm like trying to kick it off, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is going on here?
You have to scrape it off.
I did. I had to. Yeah. And it was like,
it doesn't just fall off your boots. It literally builds up to the point where, you know, you're seriously walking around. You're like 4 or 5 inches taller than you normally are.
Yes,
and your feet weigh 10 pounds each.
And you're like, God, my feet are already fucked up. This is going to make it worse. Like,
yeah, and so it destroys your fucking
Where were you
boots.
deployed to?
Do what?
Where were you deployed to?
No, I didn't go to Iraq or Afghanistan or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
My unit,
okay.
We did like the whole Bulgaria.
Okay.
The whole Ebola thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Still got the whole. I got the cool ribbon though.
Which ribbon did you get?
The whole War on Terror. I was able to sneak that one in.
You got the G.
You got a GWAT? You got a GWAT expeditionary?
No. The what was the
service?
Yeah, when they do away with that.
2022, I think.
What was the one they got rid of in like 15 or something? Like 14 or 15. Because I was like because I went in like 11, 12. So like literally when y'all are in like an 09, I was graduating high school in 2009.
Right. I graduated in 08. You should have still gotten the GWAT at that time out of basic and AIT.
Yeah, they gave us something. It was almost a joke, like because like when I got to my unit and we were going to somewhere in Afghanistan, though, it was really weird. It was one of those like luckily when I first showed up, the whole rear D thing, because they left like 3 months right before.
Oh, right on. So you're rear D. Okay, cool. Yep.
So that was like when I first arrived. It was like half our guys were like over in the Middle East. We were spread out everywhere. Then we went to Bulgaria, and then the Ebola thing happened.
2015 was when they restricted the issuing of the GWAT service.
There we go. So yeah, they stopped getting it out because you could always tell guys like how long they've been in when I was in by that ribbon. Like
2015?
Yep.
I thought that was like later than that.
Like
they still issued it after that. That's when they restricted the criteria.
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware.
And they haven't stopped issuing the expeditionary yet.
Yeah, because when I reclassed like all the new guys in, and I process them into the unit, and like all their dress and all that, and I could always tell like if they were prior or whatever because of literally the ribbons alone. Even if they didn't deploy or not, like I could literally just tell like you went in at this time because, like I said, after like that date, like nobody had him hardly.
Huh? I didn't know that.
They probably changed the issuing criteria from everybody gets it to you have to actually do something in support of GWAT.
Yeah, maybe actually go over basically. It's like you get your ribbon now.
Well, no, but because like it's a thing. Yeah, they probably changed the criteria because like we were talking about this on the other stream is like because Jake and I did you get Jake when you got out of AIT you had the GWAT, right?
Yeah.
So did I. Right out of AIT.
GWAT service.
I had 3 ribbons. I had the National Defense Service Medal, the Gay Pride ribbon, and the GWAT.
Yep.
Right out of AIT.
And I think they stopped issuing the National Defense right out of AIT now too.
Oh yeah, nobody gets that after 2022, December of 2022.
Natty D.
Yeah, and it's like, so hey Avery, I sent you my awesome stack. Jake's got a lot more than I do because he did 2 tours, but like that's
You should get like a COVID ribbon now. They should just made some bullshit. I want a face mask ribbon. Like I feel like that'd just be
a Vax ribbon.
That's fucking awesome.
No,
I didn't earn that.
The COVID ribbon is just white. No, better yet, it's the pale blue, the light blue of the face masks.
Yep, and for every vaccine you get a stripe on it.
No, you get a little
instead
of getting like an Oakley cluster or a Bronze Star, you get a little tiny vaccination needle, a little tiny syringe.
Yeah, a little needle. Yeah.
Look, how many guys can go back in if they're like, if you enlist, right? You will get a Trump ribbon, and it has like his hair on top of the ribbon, like a little.
No. Hey, that's a unit award.
Orange.
It's got to be a unit
orange.
award.
Orange.
It has to be. It has to be a unit award.
It'll be orange with a little strip of blonde on top, yellow blonde.
Yeah, but it's gonna be bigger than all the other ribbons, though. It's gonna be huge, right? It's gonna be bigger than everybody's.
It's gonna be huge.
Every guy would be like, I'm going back just for the ribbon.
Yeah.
And for subsequent awards, it'll just have a big T on it.
Yes.
T-Dog. Big T.
I want T Daddy and T Dog.
Big T. And fucking A. But like here's the thing: is
that or a dollar sign.
We've talked about this on stream before. Like the awards, like they stop meaning jack shit for the most part.
Oh yeah. Well, they made everybody feel and special. It's like when the berets, everybody gets a beret. It's like,
oh man,
slap to the face of all the guys before who like had to earn their shit. You know what I mean?
We'll do this. We'll do this card.
The beret's a tits on a bull, man. It literally is the most useless thing ever.
Oh, it's so hot.
Yeah, we'll do this.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
No.
Yeah, then we're gonna send out formation for change of command.
Trey has uncontrollable ejaculation whenever he sees somebody wearing a beret.
I don't even know where mine's at. It's around here somewhere.
I had to buy another one because I lost my original, and I'm like, because we never fucking wore them. Like, they're like, put that shit
somewhere the bottom of your duffel bag and never take it out.
See, that's why I should have been a general. I'm trying to convince him of that. It didn't work. I would have allowed the boonie cap in garrison.
I
would have authorized the boonie cap.
I tried to wear it so many times and got my ass chewed for it.
Speak of the motherfucking devil.
But it's
I found mine.
The most useful cap that we were never allowed to wear.
Yep.
Well, we were allowed to wear it in Iraq.
Didn't like how it looked.
Hey, speak of the devil. This is the actual one. You see how yellow it is? I haven't washed it. It's weird.
Okay.
Yeah, it still has all of that Iraq sweat in it.
It does, and dust. And we were allowed to wear
biohazard.
It between what was it, Jake? Between the months of May and September.
I wasn't.
Oh, I was.
First Sergeant Buck didn't let us pull him out of our fucking.
Well, that's because your first sergeant was a fucking retard.
Yeah.
So
because he looks and sounds like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah. So this is my actual boonie hat that I wore over there. Like I have pictures of me wearing this. My face is a lot fatter now, of course. But yeah, this is the actual one. And it was funny.
There was a couple of buffets between now and then.
The what?
There was a couple buffets between now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, Chinese buffets are fucking fantastic. Go fuck yourself, you fucking child. Like, yeah. Obviously I'm gonna if I go to a Chinese buffet and I'm paying $9, I'm gonna fucking
need Dr.
get
James
myself.
here to back me up.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, I got fat since I've been back. Oh my god, what a fucking unusual. Dude, I literally had a dude at a bar one time.
Kinky.
I think I was like 20. Shut up. I was like probably like 22 or 23. I was talking to some dude that was also in Iraq. He was in a different unit and all that shit. I was like, oh yeah, I was there too in 2009. Oh, where were we at? You know, blah, 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 blah. Just having a conversation. And this other dude comes up who had never been in. And he goes, you're too fucking fat to be an Iraq veteran. And you're way too young to be an Iraq veteran. And I looked at him and I went,
yeah,
I'm about to go to jail. Like, maybe fuck off. And I showed him my fucking. So what I did is I showed him my. I carried a. I had my DD-214 in my wallet for whatever reason because like I was going through a bunch of like VA shit at that point, you know, and so I would just show that at the VA, and I slapped that down on the fucking counter, and I slapped my ID, my driver's license on top of that, and I said, "You tell me if I'm fucking too young and too fat, and I'm posing," because he was calling stolen valor. I said, well, I'm not trying to get anything for free. I'm paying full price for the drinks at the bar. I don't give a shit. And he looks at my DD-214 and he goes, what is this? And I'm like,
I hate you so much.
I'm like, okay, this isn't even worth it. Like, okay, I'm going to bed. So I just fucking paid my tab and just fucking, you know, I went off. And then the next day I was talking to a guy because we were at a conference for school. And I was talking to this guy who was he was in the 127, Jake, while we were there. And because that's who I was talking to, you know. It's like he was in the 127 and he was like, yeah, we closed down Buka, blah, blah, blah. And so I was talking to him the next morning and he goes, I said, dude, this fucking dude like was talking shit to me last night after you left. And like I showed him my DD-214. He was like, what is this? And I was like ready to fucking kill him. And he goes, who did that? And this dude was sitting right behind him. And he eventually, like we were on a break or something from the conference, and he comes up to me and goes, hey man, I'm sorry I said that to you. I said, you understand that how fucked up that is, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I was drunk. I was like, no excuse. I said, no excuse. Do not fucking talk to people like that. Even if they are stolen valor, just fucking walk away. Doesn't matter. I was like, were you in the military? He goes, no. I said, okay.
That's what's funny about veterans, man. If you really think about it, like think of all the guys that we all know. It's like most of them like give no shits. They're like, you know what I mean? It's like you could always say like the real guys, but like, fucks, man. It's like it's whatever. It's like, dude, if you want a free cheeseburger and you want to wear that uniform, fuck it, dude. I don't care anymore.
I don't care. Yeah, just like I really don't because it's not my responsibility. It's not in my control.
Yeah, I'm not getting paid to go fucking do something about it. You know what I mean?
Right. There you go. But if somebody calls me out, if I'm having a private conversation with somebody else who was also there with me, and you call me out and you say you're a fake, you're a phony, you're too fat, and you're too young to have been there, then I get pissed off.
Oh yeah.
But I also didn't do anything. I didn't hit the guy. I didn't do anything like that. And then so I shook his hand. I looked him in the eye and I said, watch your fucking tone. And watch your own bobber. I shook his hand and I said, we're good. Let it go. And then he was like terrified, like I was going to hit him. I'm like, nope. It's not worth me going to jail for that. So, but no, that was like one of the only times. So I carried a DD-214 in my pocket or in my wallet for years. I still do actually. I think it's in my wallet. But like, dude, I have nothing to prove. I was having a conversation with another dude that was on the deployment while I was there. You know, in a what would you call it, Jake? Like the 127 is like a sister battalion, or
yeah.
And
because the only battalion they have is the 2nd Battalion, 127th.
Yeah, 2127.
So they're a sister battalion.
Yeah. And so I was talking with him, and this fucking guy had the balls to fucking say this, and then yeah, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Nobody got hurt. And it was just like it ended that way, and he got embarrassed as fuck. And I'm like, good. You should feel shitty for a bit. Get over it. It's done. Like, whatever. And that's why I don't like fall into that whole stolen valor fucking fad of like, if I see somebody wearing a uniform, I'll just go, hey, what's your MOS? I'm a sniper. All right, I see where this is going.
Cool.
You're mentally ill.
Good for you.
I'm not going to win this. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Like it's not worth the fucking transgression and shit. It's like, all right.
Dude, that's I always tell folks, like, dude, if I was gonna fake shit just to like, you know, get free stuff or like, you know, stroke my ego, I'd be like, dude, I'd claim to be a cook, something that nobody would ever deny. Like, you like that guy. There's no way to claim that shit.
Truck driver.
Yeah. Oh, dude, truck driver.
Well,
here's the thing: truck drivers back in the day, though, I realized because when I got out of high school, when they're giving like $30,000 signing bonus to be a truck driver, something's wrong.
Yes.
What's going on?
Dude, that is, we've talked about this on the stream before, but like Jake knows this too. The truck drivers that I was talking about earlier was Salam. The truck drivers that brought us our shit had the most Purple Hearts and the most cabs.
Oh yeah.
Than anyone. They got fucking destroyed.
Yeah,
with
that's
IEDs.
why like anybody who claims that shit, like, and I know like the dates they're in, and I'm like, dude, man, good for you. Like, I'm glad you're here and walking because holy shit, like that's some rough shit.
Dude, the 88 mics when we were there in 09,
they had more combat action than the infantry did.
Fucking A, man. Those guys would come in and there's like these guys got scars on their face and they're all, you know, they're just like, because they'd pop off the truck to like, you know, load the fucking what the hell's it called, Jake? The bill of
lading.
Bill of lading. Okay. And so we would sign that and we would inspect the load and everything like that. We would sign off on it and then bam, they get back in their truck and then they go through security and then they go into the fucking prison. And those guys, I was talking to one dude, I was having a cigarette with him and I'm like, because he had a different combat patch on from like a previous deployment. And I said, when were you with them? And he's like, oh, I was there in 05 to 06 or whatever the fuck it was. And I'm like, oh shit. And he goes, yeah, I got 3 Purple Hearts.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm like, how the fuck do you have 3 Purple Hearts? He's like, I got blown up 3 fucking times and I got hurt 3 fucking times driving this truck. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even think about that, you know?
Yeah.
And so we really, like, those 88 mics were fucking awesome to us. They were just like, okay, we got business to do. Let's get it done. It's fucking, you know, we supply you. We're like, thanks guys. Appreciate you. And then they would go back and get blown up again, you know?
Yeah.
And
one outing, going out and then coming back.
Dude, it's fucking insane. Like different MOSs, but yeah, so it's like, you know, I don't look down on okay, example. Again, at a bar back in my early 20s, sitting there and this dude starts talking to me and shit. I could tell he was in the military because he knows the lingo and everything like that. And I said, what was your MOS? He goes, 92, whatever the fuck water treatment specialist is, right?
Nobody's gonna lie about that.
No, and I went, oh, right on, dude. Did you ever deploy? And he's like, no, I never went over there, but like, you know, whatever. But he wasn't a dickhead. He wasn't like a bloviating, like making up stories and shit. We sat there and closed the bar buying each other drinks every other round. It's like fucking, you know, back and forth. He was fun as shit to talk to. And I'm like, so, but he told me about what his job entailed. And then I understood more about like the water buffaloes, like how much work actually goes into those to get the water like sterile and everything. And like,
oh, it's a science. Yeah.
No, they have to, and they have to get them out to you too, you know? And it's like, okay, so us infantry guys rely on that shit. You have to get water to us. We need water. First of all, we need food, which the cooks, I already, you know, have talked to them. And then, but this guy, it was so interesting to just sit there and shoot the shit all night. And he was a fucking pogue who never deployed. Don't give a fuck.
Well, that's the difference though. Like anybody who's ever been in, and like this is what I've noticed in my lived experience. Like if you served in the Army, and I was Army, you can throw jokes back and forth, and it's a respectable. Yeah. That's what you do. That's just part of it. If you're another branch, you can still joke, but everybody knows there's some lines depending how well you know the guy or the flow of the the environment. But like if you never were in and you say some things, it's like okay, let it rub off. But there's a line, and it's like, hold up now, let's just sit here and talk about this. Like regardless, and that's the thing. Like I don't care. Like you go to reenactments, you can always tell the guys. Like no one talks about their service really. It doesn't come up. If it does, you kind of just tell like, yeah, I was in blah blah blah. It's not a big deal. Been there, done that. Whatever.
Yep.
And you get like 3 or 4 of y'all, and again, you share your stories, you have your laughs and all that, but like you don't walk around like with your combat patch like tattooed on your forehead, basically like 12 years ago, blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean. Yeah, the people who do that and have actually like done it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're pulling that whole card are very fucking miserable.
It's
like the whole bro vet community.
It's it's FOFO, fear of missing, or FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah, and it's like here's the thing is I'm guilty of this, which is why I know what this entails, is because I used to, my entire identity for years after I got back depended on the fact that I was in Iraq. Okay.
Yeah.
And I realized in like 2019 or some shit when my wife was like, hey, guess what? What have you done since then? And I went,
masturbated.
Fun. I went to college. I started my own business. I have a YouTube channel and all that stuff. She's like, well, why aren't you focused on that? You're just stuck in the fucking past. And that's what I think the problem is with them, is like they're stuck in the past. They think that's all they're ever going to be.
Yeah.
That's the bet. Like they peaked, it's kind of like the people that peaked in high school with like football and shit. It's the same concept. And it's like, well, that's objectively not true.
If you look at it, a lot of times there's a lot of the same people too. Like
as I'm wearing my fucking boonie hat from Iraq.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the people who peaked in high school playing football or wrestling are a lot of the times they're the bro vets who focus entirely on the 1 year of military service they did in a foreign country.
Yes.
Well, and I think the big thing, and I think we'll all agree on this, though, it's like if you're level-headed and normal, and anybody asks you, like, what do you miss? You might not say it unless he is a veteran, but you always say you miss the guys. You miss the camaraderie. Like, there's something there you'll never get. I don't care what you do after that. You never get that back.
Yes.
There's certain moments. It could be a 5-minute window in your life at that time that was like looking back one of the best moments of your life, never will be. So that is understandable in my opinion. But like that's what you're missing, that aspect, that connection, that bond. And because I hate to say it, you're not going to get that again. You have the memories.
I miss playing with automatic weapons.
Yeah, you like blowing shit up. See, that's another thing. There's some guys who just like blowing shit up.
Well, no, getting paid to shoot guns, like machine guns, that was fun. And also, like you just said, Avery, the Joes. It's like when you sit there and you say some of the most fucking egregious things in the world because you're bored and you're just sitting around and you're like miserable and you're like, fuck, I just want to go to sleep, but we can't. And oh God, this and that and whatever. And then you just start talking and you have these conversations where 0 fucks are actually given, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that I miss the most, because it's like all the other bullshit aside that I don't miss, which sucked and it was fucked up, I do miss the camaraderie and just the downtime of sitting around shooting the shit.
Well, you meet
and that's
some of the
kind of
in the world, man. I mean, truly,
what?
Some of the coolest guys you'll ever meet ever are like,
Oh yeah,
guys from California, Alaska, Canada, Saudi Arabia, like Korea. Like you're working with the guys all over the place, and it's like you kind of have like that one thing in common, you know.
It's
And,
kind of like it's kind of like high school. Like you're like, oh, I miss high school. Like, no, you miss the camaraderie with your friends, the jokes and everything. You forget the bad shit. Waking up at 4 o'clock when fucking multiple ETSs at 9.
Yep.
It's you miss the camaraderie that you always remember the good things, not the bad things. Now there's bad things that bring out good things, or like the camaraderie, like where you're suffering with your buddy. But yeah, that's the big thing. You miss the good times, but you forget the bad times.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like so Jake and I, like he did 2 tours, I did 1. And I was talking with so Lutz, I was talking with Lutz, Jake. And we were talking about like all the bad shit that happened and everything, like in Iraq. But then he's like, yeah, but you're focusing on all the bad shit. Like, what about the good stuff? And he told me this years ago, by the way, through Facebook. And I said, well, I don't remember any of the good shit. I just focus on the bad shit. And then I'm remembering a lot of things recently where I'm like, there were some freaking conversations that were awesome that you could really never replicate. Like Avery was saying, you can't replicate those conversations because you're so exhausted, you're so tired, you're just in this shit situation under the stress, and you're completely open and vulnerable with the other person because you trust them. And then you remember the conversation, you're like, that was fucking awesome. That was good. So I need to start focusing on the good instead of the bad shit that happened, you know? And it's a weird thing, like, because here's the thing is like I was talking with Jonesy the other night or the other day, and we were talking about the fact that going through basic and AIT alone, that's a fucking rough ride. I don't give a shit if you're a pogue or whatever. It's a fucking rough ride.
First time away from home, like first time on your own, and you realize that no matter what I do, they own my ass. Like once that hits your mind, like they own me. Like there's nothing I can do about this. Like,
right, and exactly.
Got me.
And we were Trey and I were talking about this earlier. Like we were all children. Like Jake, you were a kid. You know, I was a kid, and you know, you guys are both kids. I was 17 when I went to fucking Fort Benning, right?
Bullshit. I had a full beard. I was a man.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Fucking deep south fucking redneck pile of shit. But like,
now that's because down there they inject the testosterone directly into the kids.
Oof.
It's all in our Mountain Dew cans, man, out of the womb.
Mountain Dew, man. We're gonna do some fucking Mountain Dew today. You know, I might drink a 12-pack today. I'm feeling feisty, man. You know what I mean?
Come here, little Jimmy. Uncle Pappy's got a testosterone shot for you.
You can't do a southern accent to save your fucking life, Jake. So
daily dose of Marlboro, NASCAR, and Mountain Dew.
But hey, it's gotta be Marlboro Lights because she's pregnant. That's the thing.
That's her, not me.
See, y'all got to go deeper south. We're gonna go white trash. We're going Pall Mall menthols.
Oh, fuck! That's not great.
Yeah, what's the one where you crack the vial in the cigarette? Is that
the Camel Crush?
Camel Crush menthols.
Fuck yeah, dude! I smoked the shit out of those. Yeah.
So did I.
We couldn't get them in Iraq, so I just settled for Marlboro Menthol Lights. You know, because it was like whatever. But like, no, Camel Crush. That's the thing, man.
Dude, and that's what's fun in the military. Like that's fine, but like civilian life, that's the girls wearing like Cookie Monster pants to Walmart.
Yep.
You know
yeah,
I mean?
But that's the ones that when you're in your late teens and early 20s, you want to hook up with.
It still counts. Yeah, it's still a number. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're gonna put out, and it's gonna be a fun experience. But that's not the ones you want to stick with.
No, because you gotta Never. Of course,
Yeah,
they do want your insurance. So,
yep.
So hey, there was this chick. This is no joke. So at Fort Riley, every base has that one section of town that everybody knows. Like, you don't go to that section of town. Like, you get that talk. So ours was Ogden, fucking Kansas. But there was a chick. This is what made it bad. Her name was Ogden Jen. All right. She was so bad on the Facebook Fort Riley page itself. Her face was plastered everywhere. Do not allow on base. She literally had like every STD possible. Oh. And they would warn soldiers about Ogden Jen. That's how bad she was. Like, I almost wanted to meet her to like, what did you do to literally get on a military base's website of like to be
yep.
Like, that is some hardcore shit. Like,
damn right.
Like, come on, man. I was like,
oh fuck, that's not good.
She was one of those where she'd have to wear a skirt because her pants would catch fire. I think that's how bad.
Ooh, yeah, that's not good.
And like her goal was to get soldiers. That was her thing. She was a tag chaser, straight up.
Damn, that's impressive. Actually, on one hand, I respect it. The other hand, I'm like, no.
It's like dedication, man. You got to respect the game. Like, you got to give it. Anytime you can get your face put on a military post to be blacklisted, that's pretty good shit. And you're not arrested yet. That's he's got something. But yeah, I'll never forget. Her name was literally Ogden Jen. That was her name. It was everywhere. They would tell new soldiers, don't go to Ogden Jen. Because she's just waiting for you outside the gates.
So she did she spread the joy?
Oh yeah, like it was bad.
Yeah.
Like it was like I'm not lying. Like even like the best pages. I really wish I would have screenshotted some of the shit. So like y'all know like every base has like Fort Riley Army wives. Dude, everybody's been on the Army wives of their bases, right? Best shit you'll ever read in your life. They should have made books just on those Facebook pages, and I could have sold millions.
I'm sure there is.
There has to be. It was the funniest shit you could ever read, man. Like, now looking back at all the, like, how insanity it truly was. Like, I mean, y'all think about this. We all had different experiences. Think of, like, the insane shit that you saw that, like, that literally, like, one person had fucking wolves on base. I remember this. They had full-blooded wolves on a military establishment and was breeding them. Like, you can't, like, the Army it is amazing when I tell people these stories who never been in, because they look at you like there's no way that's real. Like there's no.
Oh no. There's people there's people who you meet where you're like, how the fuck? Why are you here?
Yep.
You're fucking insane. Well, that's why they're there.
Yeah. Well, and I hate to say this, if you really like from y'all's era back, right, was a different mindset military than my era up. Completely. I'm in the middle, the cusp. And the reason why I say this, if you think about this, like if you go in the military from like 02 basically to a point, you're like, I'm probably going to deploy. Like, we're at war. Like, shit's going down. Like, if I go into a certain job for sure, like, I'm most likely going to be doing something. So, like,
I knew that in 08. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like, I had less than 6 months and I was in Iraq. So
yeah, see, like, you're still like shitting out fucking peanuts and you're over there now. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, so your mindset though versus guys like from my era was that in between. It's a 50-50. And then like from 2015 onward, it was like, I'm going to the military, like most likely not going to do anything. Pretty good gig. Overall, especially if you do your job, but like those early day guys who are like, my E6s, all that shit, like it's a whole different mindset. It's like, I'm going in ready to fuck shit up. Like I want to, like, you know what I'm saying? And I miss that.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Best NCOs. They were the best because they had experience. They gave no fucks. The economy was shit when they went in, so they really didn't want to go in, but they're like, it's either I'm homeless or I get shot at. Okay. So it's like, if you take that mindset and like give them just a few bucks in their pocket, best soldiers ever.
Well, yeah, that's we've talked about this with the Afghan guys that were at Cop Keating. like Jonesy and Knight and everything. And we were, when we joined in like between 07 and 09, we knew what the fuck was going on, right?
Yeah.
And so I think Knight joined in 07, and then Jonesy and I joined in 08, and then we went to Benning in 08, and then I was a nasty girl because I joined the National Guard because I thought I was going to deploy with my dad, right?
Yeah.
And I was in basic and I was calling home to see if I got paid, and my dad goes, "Real quick, I'm non-deployable." And I'm like, "Well, fuck." Okay. So I get through fucking OSIT, infantry OSIT, graduate that, and get back, and then it's like fucking hit the ground running. I got a couple months off at home, that shit, Fort Living Room, they call it. And Jonesy's, he goes to 4th ID, just as an example. And so we're sitting there doing training and shit like that, and then all of a sudden, because we're both 11 Bravo, and so we wouldn't call it deployment at all. It's just it's annual training at we went to Camp Blanding in January of 09. So I graduated November 25th of 2008. I'm in fucking Florida January, I don't know what the fuck it was, like probably 5th or whatever in 09.
I don't remember the exact date, but
yeah, me either.
We were there for 3 fucking weeks.
Yes, we were there pretty much the whole month of January in 09. And so then we get back, we get like a week off, and then we're on Title 10 as National Guard guys. And then we're at the Armory for like 2 or 3 weeks. Or no, it was like 2 weeks getting shit ready. And then we're in Fort Bliss, Texas, and then blah, blah, blah. And then we're in Iraq we're in Kuwait at the end of April. We're in Iraq the beginning of May. That's literally less than 6 months from the time I graduated fucking AIT. Yeah. And it's like, holy shit, dude. I'm 11 Bravo. So it's like fucking okay.
It was 3 months for me when I graduated in 05.
Yeah, because you went over there right away. Yeah.
Yeah. And when we went through AIT, well, basic AIT, our drill sergeants were like, the average time for an infantry, for an 11 Bravo, for an 11 series, for the time you graduate basic and until the time your boots on ground in the Middle East is less than 6 months.
Yep.
And that was in 2005.
Yeah, see, my friend, he did 09. I think he was a Bravo, maybe a Charlie, and he went from like basic AIT. I think he did airborne, and then I think it was in with like literally 8 to 9 weeks after he graduated. Like his ass, like I got to his unit and all that, and they're like, "Yeah, guess what?" And he's like, "Okay." So like his 6 months into the service, like like your situation, he was like, "Yeah, that really sucked because like I didn't know anything." Like, you know what I mean? Like, he goes, I was trained, but like I wasn't trained.
Yeah, but you get terrified because you're like, all of my leaders were combat vets, right?
Yeah.
And I trusted them, but I'm just like, I don't know if I can fucking, like, this is insane, the amount of shit that we have to learn in this short amount of time.
That's what was crazy. So when I was in, we still had the Iraq guys, and you could tell. Like literally talking to him, you could get that vibe of like, this is the guy who, as far as Army regs goes, he gives no shits. As long as you're not doing something stupid,
right?
It works.
Stay alive.
Yeah, he'll leave you alone. And we had, like I said, I had amazing NCOs. I mean, hell, my recruiter alone had like 2 drug charges. But at the time, the Army's like, "Can you pull the trigger? We'll waive it."
Yep.
But made a great so then the tattoo thing. So I had like 2 NCOs had like tattoos on their necks. I got them when they were like 17, 18, and again, the economy got bad, but again, they had like 2 deployments under the belts, and they settled down and turned their life around, and just they were good soldiers. They had families, and a lot of good guys. They weren't forced out, but you saw that happening though. There were certain things happening that they were doing, like getting rid of the war dogs.
Oh yeah.
And I was right in that cycle, and I could see it because I got enough common sense of like, they're making them do certain things, like certain guys. They're teaching certain things. Like there's a whole philosophy just switched. We went from like, here's free Oakleys, free everything, like boxes of shit everywhere, to like, you have to bring your own toilet paper to work now.
Yes, that happened between 2010 and 2012, big time.
Yeah, and politics plays a major role in it. It does. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's anything. That's
yeah.
For our history.
What happened was they had like, so we were in during the surge, right? Jake got stop lost, which is a fun story, for his second deployment to Iraq. And
20 days.
20 days he was about to ETS, and he got
20
fucking
days. It could have been worse. It was the Toga had it worse.
Well, but he played it smart though. That's the thing, is he fucking got his paperwork and then went down to the Armory and said, I want to re-enlist immediately with this unit.
Yeah.
But like that was a very smart move on his part.
There was one guy, I don't remember his name, but he was in first platoon. He was an E5, and he was able to he was on his second enlistment because his first enlistment was active duty. He was on his second enlistment, and he was able to get out because his ETS date was like 2 days before stop loss. And I don't remember who it was.
No, good for him, because that fucking deployment sucked. But no, it's like, so.
But he'd been on the 04 deployment too.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of them were. But Avery, yeah, it's like, no, I get what you're saying. Is like,
yeah,
you came in and had. Here's the thing, the problem with us, like Iraq and Afghan vets, is like, for the early days, like, we did not want to stay in because they didn't incentivize us at all, and they tried to push us out because they were like, oh, let's have this big giant fucking surge. Oh, it's costing too much. We're going into debt. Let's get these fuckers out any way you possibly. And also, like, the culture fucking sucked, dude. It was so bad that I was just like,
morale was bad. Morale was
You go ahead.
Dude, no. I mean, I hate to say that, but I mean, really think about it. Look at suicides in Garrison, how it went.
Yeah.
Now, I'm convinced personally, a lot of the earlier enlistment guys, I'm convinced the government was like, it is cheaper for us to literally get rid of them than to worry about their mental state and not be our problem.
No, that's 100% correct.
You know what I mean? And it's like,
that is 100% correct.
You have thousands of guys now who truly need help, who were like not allowed to get help base, because if you did, you're flagged and your life's over. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
you're on track, dude. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened.
Like, did them like a stray dog, basically. It's like, well, now you're no longer our problem. Just go to your local VA and they'll take care of you. So it's like, here's either a pound of pills or you're not even.
There you go. No, you hit the fucking nail on the head.
I hated that for guys.
That's the harsh reality. Is like, when we got back in 2010. I'll just put it to you this way. So my unit and Jake's unit, Bravo Company, one of the 128 infantry, deployed in 2004 and 2005 to Iraq. Mm-hmm. They went through some nasty shit, and then most of them stayed in after that, though, because they're like, we did our jobs. We were treated as soldiers. We were treated as fucking infantrymen, right? And so they became our team leaders, squad leaders, platoon sergeants, shit like that. When I got in 2008, those guys were mentoring us. They're like, all right, well, we're going to get deployed indefinitely. Here's what you need to actually fucking know. Congratulations, you went through infantry school. Yeah, we know you're qualified, but like, blah, blah, blah. They were mentoring us, right?
Yeah.
They were dickheads, but they were like, whatever.
They kept you alive.
Yes, exactly. And so, okay, we go to Iraq in 2009, and we come back in 2010, like January 2010. And the retention rate dropped significantly. Like, so when I got back, and Jake will attest to this, like within 3 months of us getting back, there were probably, of course, when we got back, there was like all of us had combat patches, right?
Yeah.
Everybody who was able to get out got out.
Yes. And so our first drill with the new guys that were rear det and shit while we were deployed, we get there and our first drill with them, it's like, well, 25% of the guys with combat patches are gone. And then the next drill, there's about 10% more gone. And so there's a lot more slick sleeves.
Yeah.
And then each drill after that, it's like the same thing. Like 4 more guys got out, 3 more guys got out. And I was one of the old breed, you know, like very quickly, because Jake got out too, rightfully so.
I never did a drill weekend with rear det guys.
Yeah, because you got out right at that time. Mm-hmm. And so
my last drill weekend in uniform was our last reintegration drill.
Yeah. And so he got out, rightfully so, because they didn't want him to stay, because they were like, get the fuck out, you know, because they fucked Jake over. But like that's a different story. But like, so I'm sitting there watching more people leave, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm an E3, by the way, because
First Sergeant hated you.
I won't get into that fucking story, but I got in as an E3.
That's the synopsis.
I got in as an E3. I got out as an E3 after 4.5 years. Okay. We'll just put it that way. So I'm sitting there as an E3, and I've got E4s who are brand new out of fucking AIT telling me, why the fuck would I listen to you? You're a private. I'm like, oh my God, this dynamic is weird. And so, you know, it just became a really weird transition period. And I'm like, I need to get the fuck out. I got an opportunity for a medical discharge with honorable conditions, and I took it in 2012. Yeah. And so I got out too. And I asked my buddy, Pooch, Jake, recently I talked to my buddy Pooch. He's in E7 now. He's one of the only people that I know who stayed in.
Yep.
And he's like, dude, it fucking sucked. And I just want to get my 20 in. I'm 3 years away from it. I just want to get my 20 in, and I'm fucking done. So, yeah,
fuck,
like
if I had stayed in, I would have had my 23 years ago.
Yeah, and I'd have mine. I'd have mine in 3 years because I joined it after you, of course. But like, yeah, but no, Pooch. He's like, dude, this sucks. It's not the army that we were in at all.
Well, okay, because all of us, being military historians, you know, we have pretty good understanding of like daily life in the military for the past century. You know, honestly, we know enough guys. Think if we could have gone in like back in the 80s, like how amazing that would have been in a way. I mean, think of the mindset. It's like literally, you show up, do your job, and you go. It's a pretty good gig. Like the Army's simple. You mess up, you get roughed up. Like that mentality is great, and you get your shit straight. You know, I was like, dude, if I could have been in that Army, I would have loved it. Because it was like, just do what you're supposed to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Because when I was in, like I said, I was in the CAV. It was a combat unit. But it was on the cusp of, they're talking about bringing females into the combat MOSs. So, like, that was a discussion. Which, again, I got a lot of, I got feelings on that. It doesn't matter. I'm just.
Oh, so do I.
You know, it is what it is. So,
we had them with us in Iraq.
But the thing is with me, though, is that we don't have money for decent food and chow and all this shit, but yet we have money for the PowerPoint training on how to talk around females, right? I'm sitting there like, you literally just told us how to blow somebody up last week, but now we're trying to figure out how not to hurt feelings. So where are we at here? Like, I'm a little confused on this.
Dude,
and, you know, it was a
talking about the 80s, my drill sergeant, or not my drill sergeant, my recruiter was in the early to late 90s. And he was like, dude, prior to 9/11, it was awesome. He said, we show up to drill, barbecue, drink beer, and go home. He said, we didn't do anything else. He said 9/11 was a huge upset to the whole system. And I was like, damn, that would have been awesome. I was born in 92, so it wasn't like I could do that. But I was like, that would have been awesome, man. He was like, we had a guy in our unit get arrested for not showing up for drill one time. That's a whole nother story. But he was like, if you didn't show up, they're like, Oh, he's not here. He's not getting paid. Oh well, no big deal. No harm, no foul. But yeah, he was like, show up, drink a few beers, do some hip pocket training, and cook out. Like somebody would bring a grill. They would cook out at grill, drink beer, and have a good time.
It was a bro
I was
fest.
like, hell yeah, dude.
I
Yeah.
actually remember when the order came down that all the armories had to remove their bars.
That's what Lutz said as well.
Yep.
He said that was the time where the military changed and not for the better.
When they
Yep.
do away with NCO clubs.
2005 or 6.
Yeah. See, shit
But
like
yeah,
that.
I remember shaking dice with the with the NCOs in the fucking bar inside the armory. I think I walked away with like $150 that weekend because I was winning at dice.
654.
Yeah, 654.
That's what you were playing. I guarantee you were playing 654.
Yep. We were playing 654 on the Armory bar, right across the hallway from the range.
Yep. Yeah.
But no, it was different before they put the before they banned having the bar in the Armory, because and on top of that, once they got rid of the Armory bars, all of a sudden the amount of DUIs being issued on drill weekends went through the fucking roof.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Because we would have to go out to bars
to drink.
And yeah, it's like
instead of going to the bar in the Armory where all the booze was provided by the NCO Association.
On the floor
and you're boss of how much you actually are consuming.
Yeah. And also you could just sleep on the floor or a cot.
And you didn't have to keep the booze in the bar room. You could take it anywhere on the Armory property, except for of course the supply room,
right? Which is usually fucking locked and sealed up, so it didn't matter. But yeah, it's like that was I don't know, like
and the unit camaraderie was a lot higher then.
Oh,
and in fact, if you started drinking at the Armory, they wouldn't let you leave.
Yeah. They'd be like, we've got a cot or we've got a fucking mat on the floor with a blanket you can use.
You can keep drinking all you want, but once you start drinking at the Armory, you're not leaving.
Yep.
And if you do, and if you have to leave for some reason, like you have to go home for some reason, you're getting a ride.
Yes. Yep.
Work.
And there was always at least 2 NCOs in the Armory who were sober,
who were serving it. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
See that's like that, man. Like, because I remember we were only allowed I think you could either have a fifth of or you could have, I think it was a 12-pack, but nothing. You couldn't have both, and you had to have one or the other. But that was it in your room. That's all you're allowed to have in your room. It's like, dude, I drink that shit just to go out to the bar.
Pre-gaming, yeah.
Yeah, that's the pregame. But it's like, and that's because
I'll be right back. I gotta piss like a fucking racehorse. I've been holding.
We always talked about it. It was like, because everybody would like bitch about it. It was like, why don't they let us just drink in the barracks? Like, we will literally sit here like kids Indian style outside of our rooms and have an amazing night, literally just drinking all together, just sitting and talking.
Yeah, just sit in the common area.
Yeah, just literally having a good time with like guys you work with, and just sharing funny story,
and then when you've had enough to drink, you just wander off to your barracks room and you pass the fuck out in your own bed.
Yeah, and you could have CQ be like, hey, worst case, like, look, so and so had a little bit extra. Do you mind just checking on him in about 2 hours? Make sure he's okay. That's all you got to do. Not a big deal.
And nobody working CQ would have a problem doing that.
Yeah, I'll be like, all right, let me just write his name down so I know when I do my rounds, I can go knock on the door, make sure I can go unlock it, make sure he's not drowning on puke or whatever. We're good. And that and that's another thing. That's part of the morale, though. They demonized living, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, you expect a bunch of young guys. Like, anytime you put young males in a confined space anyway, shit's gonna happen. It's the Lord of the Flies, much less you entrust these guys to blow shit up for you with millions of dollars of equipment, but you can't have more than 6 beers. It's
Yep.
like, okay.
Yeah, it's like that old meme or the video from years ago. It was like, I signed this is on my hand receipt. It's a $250,000 artillery piece, but I can't have a toast. I can't have a toaster in my room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Seriously.
Cool. Awesome.
Yep. I can be responsible for millions of dollars worth of equipment, financially responsible for millions of dollars worth of equipment, but no, I can't have a lock on my door.
Yep.
I have to use a brass padlock on my locker just in case somebody needs to get into it.
Now, I mean, I get it to a certain extent. Like, people are stupid. I get it. But when you become like an NCO, corporal, sergeant, etc., I think it should come with reward, not just pay, period, but other circumstances. Like, you don't need to be in the enlisted barracks anymore. You should be able to have what you want in your dorm. You know, a fucking toaster or whatever.
A coffee pot.
Yeah. Just so literally just an everyday item that you could be 12 years old and buy at Walmart, and you won't get ID'd. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my favorite thing though, when I was on CQ or staff, you know, when you're sitting there, is when everybody puts on their civilian clothing, and you can really, for the first time, see guys, because there's always one or two guys in the unit that have like the all black like shirt coat, or like wearing like.
Yep.
I mean, and it's fine, like, and they're like the coolest guys ever. But in uniform, you would never know it, and all of a sudden, like, they come out and you're like, "Oh shit, we got the Crow now." Didn't realize that he was in our company. So you know, shit like that. That was always fun. Or like seeing people's rooms, and that's another thing too. They're so strict on what you can do to your barracks room now. Like, I've seen some videos like of the Air Force, and these chicks are making it like a fucking Marriott hotel. I'm like, dude, if I was in the Air Force and I could do that to my room, they would have claw marks of them trying to kick me out of the military. I would never leave, ever. There's no possible way. If I would have gone Air Force, I know for a fact I'd have been 40 years.
But you said you were in a cav unit though?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's combat arms. They're fucking, any combat arms room is going to be strict as shit. Like, when we were deployed, it's like, no, you have to have your shit this fucking way. It has to be this. It has to be this clean. You know, you only are allowed this shit. You know, and blah blah blah. Yeah.
You know, and again, that goes back to morale though. That's
you want to talk about low fucking morale, Jake? You want to talk about low morale?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Fucking.
You want to talk about low morale? How about doing a record PT test on average of once every 2 weeks for an entire year?
Jesus Christ, who'd you piss off?
Oh, fuck.
And on top of that, the only one of those record PT tests that I actually failed was the very first one after we went to Bliss, and the only time that my score went down once I started passing them was after I got back from block leave. But they kept pushing me. Then that's how I ended up with an Article 15 with 4 months left of my military career.
Oh.
So Jake actually got to E4, which I envy. But then they busted him down for that one.
Actually, 6 months left of my military career, because my last drill weekend I was eligible for promotion back to E4.
Well, how about this? I would say it's a little less than 6 months. It was 20 days from the end of your military career, if you really want to get technical. but so you still had IRR though, right?
Yeah, I had 6 months of IRR.
Yeah. So I mean,
and I had 6 months of IRR, and I was non-deployable for all 6 months of it.
Yeah, well then they stop-lossed you.
No. I would have had 2 years of IRR But
that's what I was asking, dipshit.
Yeah, they stop lost me 20 days before my ETS.
Okay, so you would have had
And
2 years of IRR.
So once I actually went onto IRR because of the deployment and stop loss, I had 6 months of IRR after the deployment, and I was non-deployable for 12.
Yeah, that's still fucking stupid. Like those guys that like got attached to us who were active duty and shit, their IRR. Like what's his name from Puerto Rico?
Byers. No,
Byers. Yeah, Byers. Yeah, it was Byers.
Not Puerto Rico. Guatemala.
I thought he said he was Puerto Rican.
No, yes. he was from North Carolina. He was born and raised in North Carolina. He did his deployment with the 4ID during the initial invasion of Iraq.
Yeah.
And when he got out of active duty, he moved to Guatemala and opened up a tourism business.
Yeah, but he's from Puerto Rico originally.
No, he's from North Carolina.
Did you fucking hear him speak?
You're thinking of somebody other than Byers then.
No, Byers had a 4th ID combat patch. I know.
Yeah, he was from North Carolina. I talked to him. He was in my fucking squad.
Why the fuck did he have an accent then?
Because he was from North Carolina.
No, it was not a fucking Southern accent, dipshit. I know
he was from He was from Asheville, North Carolina. He was a white guy from Asheville, North Carolina, and he'd spent the last 4 years living in Guatemala. And he was married to a Guatemalan.
Accent? He picked up an accent that quickly?
He pulled
that quick of an accent?
For tourism, yeah.
I would. Yeah.
Jesus, man.
He was married to a Guatemalan.
Sure, but
if you're
dude,
on vacation,
he had a fucking.
Would you pay him for a tour guide if he had a North Carolina accent? If you're on vacation down there, or you know what I mean? It's money, dude. I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. I'm just.
And he found out
the bottom of this shit really quick because he said when we got so he was on the 240 range, right?
Yeah.
And in Texas, and he mouthed off, said some shit or whatever. And then he got smoked. So he was doing push-ups on the fucking bleachers, right? Because he was he was in shape. He was a good dude. I never had a problem with him. But he had a fucking thick Hispanic accent.
You must be thinking of somebody else.
Byers? No, it was Byers. He had a 4th ID combat patch, short, stout, fucking built guy. Byers.
He's very fluent in Spanish.
Sure, but we're thinking of the same fucking dude. His accent, maybe he was just putting on a fucking show.
He could have been
for the fucking NCOs, but no, he had a very thick, like Hispanic accent, like Spanish accent.
He was one of the team leaders in my squad.
Yes, I know. We're talking about the same fucking dude.
Yeah. Yeah,
he did not have a North Carolina accent.
Yes, he did. Normally speaking to him, he was probably putting on a show.
That's fair. That's fair.
His normal speaking accent was a North Carolina accent.
Okay.
Because he was born and raised in North Carolina. He's a white guy born and raised in North Carolina. Yeah, he did his 4 years active duty.
Did a tour in ID,
with 4ID, did a tour in
Iraq. CID and all that shit, yeah.
Put some of the bullet holes in the buildings that we were driving past every fucking day.
Yep.
And when he got out of active duty, he had 4 years of IRR. He moved to Guatemala, opened up a tourism business, married a national, Guatemalan national.
So he was doing a fucking show. Okay, that makes sense.
And
okay.
And he absolutely fucking hated he found out that he was getting tapped off of IRR to go with us because his mom called him from North Carolina. He was in Guatemala. His mom called him and said, "You got a letter here from the Department of the Army."
No habla, it's good. It's just, I don't know. No,
that's probably why he was doing the act.
I don't know. It's crazy.
Because he showed up. Because we had in our platoon at first. He went to your platoon later. We had Zamora. Remember him? He was from New Mexico.
Vaguely.
He was a Mexican dude, right?
Yep.
No habla. No.
No habla. No, he was actually really cool. But Zamora was also with you guys. fucking, we had like 5 IRR guys, and I'm like,
Yeah.
man, as soon as they said, if you get a medical discharge, you don't have to do IRR, and I'm like, fucking, let's do it. I want the fuck out. Like,
But
nope. Like, let's do it, because all these fucking dudes we had on our deployment that were IRR, I'm like, you guys got fucked.
but
You know.
But yeah, Byers, he had months left of IRR. Like his IRR time expired before we made it overseas.
And he got fucked. Yeah.
Yeah. Like his IRR time expired when we were at Bliss.
Damn.
Right. Yeah. We had a lot of those, like in 09, like during the surge, like it's like fucking insane, the stories of, so we had Byers, Zamora, there was like a couple others, a few others who were like stop loss, and we're like, what the fuck, man?
I don't know if we ever touched on this or not, but a guy in chat wants to know about Dragon Man.
Yeah. What's our opinions on Dragon Man?
Dragon Man's a really
dude. Avery hasn't been on here with a Dragon Man episode, so we should do a Civil War Dragon Man episode.
All right, Rob or Jake, you want to pull it up?
Whip it out, Jamie. Jamie. You
can be our Jamie for tonight. Let's do a Civil War room and see what Avery thinks about that. Because Avery doesn't know much about the Civil War, but we can educate him. Dragon Man.
Dragon Man Civil War display 1 year ago is the newest one. It's for
believe me, trust me. It's Avery. It's gonna be the best museum you've ever seen. I know the Dragon Man. He's great. He's wonderful. He knows all about the Civil War. Believe me. I know.
Well, right now, you sound like you just have Down syndrome, and it's not great. All right. So, Avery, have you ever seen this guy before?
This guy runs a museum outside of Colorado Springs.
So right now, before we even start,
it's the best museum I've ever seen in my life.
What do you see in here, bud?
He's eye twitching already. Like we haven't even started and he's eye twitching.
This is worse than History Channel.
Dude, it's 10 times worse. You're going to have an aneurysm. Get ready. Take some ibuprofen. Change your sock.
Anytime you want me to pause it, just say stop.
So really quick, Avery. I know we had 50 states in 1861 to 65. So it's good to go that there's that many flags, right?
He's got the firearm, which is crazy to me. It's like, so he had some money.
You've never seen this guy. Like you're not fucking with me, right?
No.
Oh God.
Are we ready to start this?
No, I want Trey to be here for this.
Oh, okay.
Because
he's taking a piss. Is that a Colorado? You said,
dude, I got to switch to my fucking headphones because I gotta fucking hear this shit. All right.
So like is this like his personal museum thing, whatever?
Yeah.
He personally said, I want a history museum and just
yes.
Okay.
And his Civil War display, if you notice, is right in front of a 1940s truck.
That's what I'm sitting here. I'm like, man, he has money. Like, what happened?
And he's got an M3 half track.
I'm not going to diminish. I mean, Homeboy has some shit.
This is cool shit. He just doesn't display it the way it should be
at all. No, I think he just goes on wish.com or eBay as like Civil War or World War II shit and it delivered to his house. He's like, this is good enough.
So he's got a Zyklon B.
Yeah, that and Nazi TNT. But
and a belt buckle gun.
Yeah. So yeah, hit play and we'll
all right, Avery, check this out, man. And like Jake said, whenever you want to like say something, just tell Jake, halt or stop.
Oh God, the fucking it's Andrew Scholes in the fucking comment. The Star Revolver dry fire might be in this. God. That.
All right,
That-
let's go. Hurry up.
They murdered me.
How you doing, guys? Good morning. I'm at the Colorado Springs Military Museum, and today we're going to talk about the Civil War, 1861. In 1861, the American flag only had 33 stars. A year later, Kansas joined the Union, and the American flag went to 34 stars. This is the Confederate national flag, and this is the Confederate battle flag, people call the rebel flag. And give you a real fast lesson here. Okay, the main fight that they had over there, battle, was July 21st, 1861 at Bull Run. I got a beautiful picture here. Unfortunately, 5,000 soldiers died. It was only 25 miles south of the White House. That was the first battle. And the Confederate Army, this is the most popular ball and cap black powder rifle they used. It was an Enfield 58 caliber. Over here, we have the blunderbuss. Over here, we have the Union most popular rifle, cap and ball rifle, black powder. And that was made by Springfield Armory. And that was also 58 caliber. This is a 58 caliber lead ball. And when that hits you, it doesn't stay around. It opens up and it comes out of your back about 3 inches wide. Okay, when I do give the tour and you guys come, I'm going to tell you about all the Civil War stuff over here, the uniforms they wore, the firearms that they wore and used. And here we got Robert E. Lee here. He was the head general for the Confederate Army, and he surrendered to Grant, General Grant. Let's see, that would have been April 9th, 1865. Here's a picture of Grant. And towards the end of the Civil War, he gained his 3rd star, and he was our 18th president. Okay, over here, we got George Custard, an Indian fighter. And when we give the tour in the museum, we tell you all about Custard fighting the Dakota and Cheyenne warriors at Little Bighorn. And we have a couple of pictures of that, too. He died that day, June 25th, 1876. Then we tell you about we tell you about Abraham Lincoln. Let's see, he was our 16th president. And unfortunately, April 14th, 10 o'clock at night at the Ford Theater, he was watching a show with his wife, Mary, and a bad guy snuck up there. His name was John Booth, and shot Lincoln on the right side of his head and back of his ear with a 44 caliber Henry Derringer. And I just happen to have a Henry Derringer right here to show people. This is as close as you get to the gun that shot Lincoln.
Oh, fuck, bro.
Same manufacturer. They in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and this is the size of the ball that went into Lincoln's head. He died the next day, April 15th. The original gun like this is still at the Ford Theater. They made a museum out of it. Okay, and then we tell you about the Indians fighting Custard. And they had the most advanced rifle in that period of time. The Spencer repeating rifle. 8 shots in the stock, 1 in the chamber, and this was the fastest shooting machine gun back then. Okay, and when you come see my museum, I'll tell you how the Indians got those rifles. They were supposed to be delivered, to the fort. Okay, this is the cavalry's gun over here, and this is Springfield Armory, and the shell that this takes is a 45-70. Look at the size of that. That'll kill 2 elephants. Okay, the bad part about this gun, there's no magazine. You have to pull the cocking handle back. You have to open up the trap door, put the 1 bullet in, and close the trap door, and you're ready to fire. And by the time they could probably put another bullet in there, had to be at least 15 seconds later. So that was the downfall, with these Springfield Armory 45-70 rifles. Okay, guys, there's a lot more I could tell you. And when you come visit me on a Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, starting at 10 o'clock, and go through my military museum, which takes about 2 hours, you're really going to learn a lot. I guarantee it. Any questions, give me a call, 719-683-2200. Hopefully, I'll see you guys this summer. Have a great day.
Avery, we need to fund Wayne going out there to see this.
Avery looks like he's in physical pain.
No, I'm serious. We should get money together to send Wayne out to see this dude.
I never thought I could actually see like the definition of the spectrum. Like honestly, if you look that word up in the dictionary, it's gonna be him right now. And he has money. It's amazing. Where did he get his money from? Like, cause what happened? He has all this cool shit, but my God, oh man, yeah.
Well, we brought this up before. Like at a certain point, once you get to a certain level, I'm not gonna say it's good or bad, but once you get to a certain level, a lot of shit just start donating. Like, oh, my peepaw had this in World War II, and we don't want like guns, so we'll give it to you. Yeah, shit like that just winds up at his doorstep. Like, play another video. Fuck it. There's one where he's like, I got a Zyklon B here. Like,
but Jake, you pull the quote unquote Nazi room or the Holocaust room.
Pretty sure you don't, but fuck it. I mean, why not?
I love that Avery is speechless because that's how I was the first time I fucking. Oh, there it is. Yep.
You can't even pronounce B's.
Oh, it's bad, bro. It's bread. Like you'll see. Roll it. Let's fuck this.
How you doing, guys? Dragon Man here. I'm at the Colorado Springs Military Museum. I have 28 rooms in this museum. It's 75,000 square feet, and we're going to teach you a little history about the Nazis. This is the most popular room everybody wants to see. Let me just give you a tour of what we have here. Okay, over here I have a small machine gun bunker. Okay, it's got the K98s, the MP40, the Lugers, the P38, the MG42, the MG34, and Hitler was way ahead of everybody. This is the fastest shooting machine gun in World War II. See those 8mm bullets? They're dated 1938. Let me show you. 1938, if you could zoom in. That machine gun shoots a rate of 12 to 1,300 bullets a minute. Hitler was way ahead of everybody. He had the fastest shooting machine guns. He had the Bismarck battleship, the biggest battleship. He had the Tiger tanks. He had the V-1, the V-2 flying bomb. They developed the first jet fighter, way ahead of everybody. But Hitler wanted to take over too much, too fast. In 1941, he sent 3 million soldiers to take over Russia. 1 million to Stalingrad, 1 million to Leningrad, and 1 million to Moscow. And 1942 was the coldest winter on record, 36 below zero. And all his soldiers were actually wearing their summer uniforms. They froze to death, about 1.5 million soldiers. He lost half his men. Okay, follow me. I'm just going to go around here and show you a few things here. I'm going to point out the highlights. I have every helmet and every canteen they made from 1914, World War I, right through 1945, World War I and World War II. Over here, these were all Kaiser helmets, over 100 years old. Here, look at all the uniforms that they had. I don't even think they knew what they were. I'm just going to name a couple of them. The first one is the artillery sergeant. Then we got the Panther, that's the tanker. We got the Luftwaffe, that's the Air Force. We have the infantry uniforms. We have the camouflage uniform and the general uniform. Okay, take a look at these helmets. Over 100 years old. These are Kaiser helmets. Look how small the heads were back then. I mean, 100 years ago, people were a lot smaller. There was no fast food. There was no McDonald's. There was no Burger King. There was no pizza. No. And this is called the Kaiser helmet. Give you an idea, a helmet like this goes for anywhere for around $2,500 to $3,000. Nazi stuff is really worth a lot of money. In fact, my World War I room, I actually had to put the mannequins on my jigsaw in my shop to make the uniforms fit. That's how small people were 100 years ago. Okay, over here, I got every Maltese cross that they made in World War I and World War II. See, that's some collection. Okay, over here, this is a political uniform, just like Hitler used to wear in 1933. See, his pictures over here of him wearing a political uniform, just like the one you see. 20 years ago, I paid $6,000 for that uniform. It was made in Berlin, from the hat to the boots. Okay, over here, I'm going to show you something. You'll probably never see another one, another real one anyway. I talked to museums all around the country for over 25 years. Most of them heard about it, but nobody I talked to has another one. In 1933, Hitler's bodyguards, the SS, was issued 15 gun belt buckles, right? They shoot 3 bullets out of the belt buckle. And I have one right here. The one I have, the serial number is number 1. Right here. Check it out. If you zoom in real close, you can see it says SS number 1. All engraved, made out of sterling silver. That's worth a lot of money. It actually, you push the lever on the right side, the barrels pop out like a mousetrap. And on the left side is the 3 firing triggers. They shoot 22 short bullets. And see the cuff band? It says Führer's headquarters. That's what the SS guy would have had on his left sleeve. That's very, very rare. I mean, I'm Germans, way ahead of everybody. Let's say I'm Hitler, right? And all these mannequins were SS guys protecting me, right? The Allies, the Americans just came. We have to put our hands up. They take away our K-98s, our MP-40s, our Lugers, our bayonets. Who would ever think that they have a gun belt buckle to shoot their way out? Pretty smart people. I give them that credit. Okay, next to the belt buckle is the wooden bullets, 8mm wooden bullets that they used to practice with. That's very, very rare, too. Metal was a big thing in World War II. They don't want to waste any metal.
Not at all.
Okay, guys, come around the turn here. This is called a Panther Shroud, like they used in Saved Private Ryan. And here's the shells that it fires. I have 2 live shells over there. See, since this is my personal collection, everything in my museum could work. We have nothing to do with the government. Okay, over here, this is most of the handguns, the broom handles that they used in World War I, World War II. Not only are the guns dated back then, but so is the ammunition next to it. Here's the infantry bicycles or Red Cross bicycles. I got souvenir flags where they took these flags off a government building, let's say in Berlin. Each guy in the squad, 8 to 12 people would sign the flag, and each guy would take a flag home. It's a souvenir flag. I hung this one up because not only does it have the soldier's name on it, but it has the address in America where the soldier lived. These are the shoes they wore. We have the Hognell boots, the Luftwaffe boots, the winter boots, the captain's boots, the lieutenant's boots. And see these boots? These were made in the death camps, the concentration camps in Poland. And these actually weigh about 7 pounds each. And these were issued to the German soldiers when they were trying to take over Russia in the winter in 1972 to keep warm. I'm always getting more and more stuff. This is all the personal stuff, the letters they wrote home, the cigarettes they smoked. All the personal stuff is in that showcase. Okay, you come down the aisle here. This is stuff from the Warsaw Ghetto. We got a picture of Joseph Mengele. He was the head doctor and did experiments in Auschwitz. He killed tens of thousands of people. And after the war, they could never find him. He got away with it. Okay, check it out. Look at the ice pick from Buchenwald concentration camp. I got that from a collector in Belgium. I wasn't expecting to get the picture. All these armbands are issued to the Jews that had to go to work camps. I have every one of them now. And here's a whole list, a page of what each color and triangle means. This is very, very hard stuff to get. Check out the Holocaust uniforms. I paid over $3,000 for each one. This one from Sobor in Poland, Auschwitz, Buchenwald, Dachau. After the war, all this stuff was burnt, buried. The Germans didn't want the world to know what happened, but it was too big of a thing to hide. Okay, guys, let me show you some more interesting stuff here. Okay, over here. This is very, very interesting stuff and very hard to get a hold of. Here's the SS flag and breadbasket from Dachau. They used to feed the prisoners bread and water. This is the entrance of Dachau. Work will set you free. This is the last picture taken of Hitler before he went into the bunker in Berlin. He's given the Hitler youth kids iron crosses to protect Berlin. Okay, real fast, I'm going to tell you about this. Okay, this is the choosing ramp in Auschwitz. All the old ladies, all the young kids, the crippled people, the old men are all on the right side. 80% of the time, that whole line would go to the gas chamber that night. They don't want to be bothered with them. Okay, all the young teenagers and young men on the left side here would go to a work camp if they were lucky. Okay, so they'd have a room about this size, and first they go into a hot shower. The Germans would tell them they got to take a hot shower and soap up with this soap from Auschwitz that's made out of human fat. See that? So they soap up in the hot water, the hot shower, so it opens the pores in your skin so the Zyklon B gas could penetrate more easier. So from the shower, they go into another room called the gas chamber, and they were told they're going to get food and fresh clothes, but it was really a gas chamber. Okay, and they gassed all the Jews and Hitler's enemies with the Zyklon B gas. Look at the date on there, 1943. I actually have over 24 of these cans, and they were never opened. Listen, the Zyklon B white pellets are still in here. If this opens and it atomizes with the oxygen and vaporizes, and we breathe it, we're dead like in 3 minutes. See, this is stuff other museums would never allow. I allow everything. I want everything as realistic as we can make it to teach people about history. Okay, so so the whole crowd from the shower just went into the gas chamber. They're all dead like in 4 or 5 minutes. They're all laying on the ground. The Germans aren't going to go in there and pull them out. So what they did is they have these young men, and the inmates would call them Jewish rats, right? Because they're helping the Germans, but they had to help the Germans or else they'd go into the gas chamber. Okay, I got this from a rabbi. See that? They'd wear these on their uniform, see, on the right or left side. And that means they're a Jewish rat. They're helping the Germans. So the Jewish rats would go into the gas chamber. They'd use these claws. I have 2 of these claws. The serial number on this is 324. Okay, check it out. 324. See that? And they'd go into the room. They're all laying down dead. They'd put this around their wrist or their ankle and squeeze it like that so it would lock. And then they could pull them out and stack them up just like this picture here outside the gas chamber. See that? And after they're stacked up, look at this. They hit this trigger. See this trigger? And that would release the body. See that? If you were lucky enough to go to a work camp, you would get one of these passport books. I have about 15 of them now. Okay, let me show you this. This is a passport book to go to a factory. Here's the prisoners from the Holocaust at the going to a factory making things for the Germans. Okay, this is a picture of the fella that went to a work camp. If you notice, it's riveted to the paper, so you can't change the picture. Okay, see the approval stamp? See it's round, the approval stamp? It's stamped. Okay, check this out. I have the original stamp. What do you guys think of that? I'm always getting more and more stuff.
Avery, it's a wheel. It's a wheel.
Okay,
deal.
guys. So anyway, one more thing I want to tell you. Let's see. Okay, Herman Gording. He committed suicide with cyanide. And who was the other guy? Hemrich Himmler. He was the top SS guy, right? They both killed themselves with cyanide. Okay, what they do is they'd carry these little capsules, see, and somewhere in their uniform if they don't want to get captured, tortured. Hey, look at that. I don't know if you could zoom in and see that, but it says SS on it. Could you see that? Okay. Well, anyway, it says SF on there. And here, check this out. So they'd hide this somewhere in their uniform. If they didn't want to live, they kill themselves. Watch this. German cyanide. See that? Look how that comes out of the container. Okay, I'm going to do it again. It's glass. And you put that in your mouth. You break it. The cyanide would foam up your saliva. And within 3 to 4 minutes, you're dead. See, this is SS, German, World War II. Cyanide.
It's the wheel deal, Avery. It's the wheel deal.
Okay, guys, if you want to learn a lot more about everything, you come and see me on a Sunday and go through my military museum, and you'll really learn a lot. You should bring your kids, tell the kids to bring a notebook and a pen, and I'll teach them stuff that they're never going to learn in school. In 2.5 hours with me, you guys are going to learn more than you ever knew. Hope you enjoyed the video. Yeah, any questions about my museum, give me a call. It's definitely one of the best in the country. 719-683-2200. Thanks a lot for watching.
Avery, it's the real deal. I did know that's better. I know all about World War II and the Nazis. It's a real deal.
I think I'm going to sell him a bag of red Jolly Ranchers and tell him what he wants to hear.
Yep.
For $20.
Yep.
He is. Why can't I have money? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, why does he get money? Like, I mean, seriously.
Dude, this is one section. It goes on for days.
He has a 1950s room that seriously looks like it's an acid trip.
So can we talk about this first and then go show Avery?
No, we're not. We're not going to watch. We're not going to watch the 1950s room.
Yeah, let's talk about this first, and then since Avery's obsession right now is Rev War, we'll show him that next.
Oh God, that one. Oh no.
So yeah, hit the high points real quick. Avery, go ahead.
Dude.
Like pretty much nothing was correct. Like nothing. He mispronounced every officer's name.
I typed him in chat.
Yeah, I did. I saw that. Yeah.
I typed him in chat the way he was pronouncing them.
Yep, I saw that and it was perfect.
I thought he said General Gordon at first.
Yeah.
Yep,
Gordon. Yep. Herman Gordon.
I mean, good for him for having 4 brand new camp detail, I guess, Jewish uniforms. I don't know. That like brand new, fresh off the line.
Oh, were they brand new? What are we doing here?
Like,
his first
does he know? Like, is this an act? Like, he does this
No.
to get more. He's playing us. Like, is he actually playing us because he's like,
No.
so I'm going to play the character.
No.
He's just a boomer who knows just the skin, the bare minimum, and then runs with it.
He watched Saving Private Ryan twice.
And when he says come out and see me on Sunday, it's never him. Like apparently he has people contracted out to give tours who I'm assuming knows more than he does. He just owns it all.
So his first mispronunciation of the Nazi room was Stalingraph.
Yeah, Stalingraph.
Stalingraph.
Stalingraph. Yep.
Then Leningraph. Let's see. What was the next one? Panther Shrout. That's always my favorite. The Panther Shrout.
Well, I don't know if y'all noticed that, but he's like, yeah, it shoots these rockets in here. There's not a Panzerschreck round in that fucking case. They're all Panzerfaust rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no Panzerschreck round in there at all, from what I can see, unless it's buried.
I love him shaking his hand. I love that.
Oh yeah,
hear that? It's like he's like throwing dice and like.
Right after the Panther Shroud, he went past a case where he mentioned something about a date, and the date he mentioned was 1972.
Oh, if you notice, the Panzer Schreck shroud is like 3 feet forward to where it should be.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be near the trigger guard, not the front sight. I don't know how that happened, but could it end up there? Yeah, but a unanimous amount of historical research and photos shows that it's near the shooter's rear sight.
Oh, that's weird.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Research? What's research?
You really
not what he does. Not what he does.
Every German.
His next mispronunciation was Joseph Megala. Megala. I wrote it down and I still can't pronounce it the way he's.
No. Yeah, like Avery was saying, like this is the quote unquote Nazi section, but 100, like I wouldn't say 100. The Picklehaba is not part of the. We'll leave it there.
Hey, Hogan's Heroes, brother. Nazi. Hogan's Heroes.
He kept talking about World War I stuff. He goes, the Nazis expensive. I'm like, didn't even exist yet. Like, come on, guy. Like, where are we at here? But,
Hogan's Heroes, brother. Hogan's Heroes.
Avery gets much worse, brother. Like this is the skin.
This is just
It
the
gets
tip, buddy.
worse.
This is just the tip. This is just the tip.
This was an ongoing thing in Mike's
Yes.
podcast.
We mock him.
Yeah, we wanted to bring you into the fold because you are the frontier expert on Rev War now, so we must expose you to it.
Yeah, it's not going to be pleasant for you.
No,
again,
I haven't seen the Rev War one.
Oh,
I thought you had.
No, he wasn't on for that one.
Well,
so
let's roll it,
Avery.
Come on, Jerry.
If at any point you want to stop, again, you know the word stop.
Yeah, just hit stop, and we'll examine what you see.
So like you let us know how fucking accurate this motherfucker. This is a great display. You'll love it.
He's already looking like he's losing the will to live. Are we sure we want to subject him to this?
Yeah, of course. No, fuck. He came on here. He knew what he was in for.
It's like watching a donkey show. It's like you know.
If you're at the roller coaster park, if you're at a roller coaster park and somebody gets in and you already buckled them in, they're in for the ride. Send it.
Yeah, I'm
not getting them out.
Yep.
How you doing, guys? Dragon here. I'm at my Civil War display over here, and I just want to show you what it looks like this year. I doubled my firearms display this winter, and really running out of room. But let me show you what's going on here. Okay, so this is my Civil War display. These are all the muskets, the firearms. Most of them are dated 1861 when the Civil War started to 1865. And these are all original drums. And over here, check out these shoes that the soldiers would have wore back then. Look at that, all original. See, they had horseshoes on the bottom. I'm always getting more and more stuff. And this here's the Spencer rifle that the Indians used against George Custard. See that little bighorn? And this holds 7 rounds in the chamber. And the caliber
he changed
is
it last video. He said 8
caliber.
We're talking about the Revolutionary War, Trey.
Unbelievable. That thing hits you, you are dead. See, and these are rimfire. See, there's no blasting cap in the back. These can't be reloaded.
Holy fuck, bro.
And when you come see my museum, I'm going to tell you how the Indians got these rifles that were supposed to go to the Union Army. The Union Army, the Springfield Armory made this for them. This is the newest and latest weapon back then. And this is a trapdoor gun. See, you open up the breech block, and the 40-70 caliber goes right in there. Let me show you that shell. Hey, look at the size of this. This will kill an elephant. And that goes right in here. You close the breech block, and you got the cocking handle back, and you're ready to fire. The only downfall with this is there's no magazine. It would only shoot 1 bullet at a time.
Like most
as opposed to the duplex trapdoor.
Okay, let's see. April 14th, 1865. Abraham Lincoln got shot.
This is titled The Rev War.
In Washington, there at the Ford Theater by a bad guy named John Spooth. And this was just like the weapon he used to shoot Lincoln in the right side of the head. Henry Derringer made these. This is as close as you get to the gun that killed Lincoln. The original gun is still in the Ford Theater. They made a museum into it. Okay, there's really a lot you're going to learn when you come see my museum. Look at the show cabinets. Everything's full to the max. I really got a lot of stuff this winter. Not only that, look at the new firearms I purchased this winter. What a collection. Where am I going to put all this stuff? Okay, look at this. 260-year-old blunderbuss. This was the shotgun back then. And this is what the soldiers, George Washington soldiers, used against the British. And this is a
it Paul's
very nice piece. And
Give us your take, Avery.
I mean, it's like he didn't even get the numbers right either. Like that's the amazing thing. If you're gonna bullshit, at least get the dates. But it's no, none of this. Like this is worse than History Channel. Like, and I'm concerned. Like he really believes this though. Like I want to know, like where does he get money? Like where is this guy? I can sell him so much shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's not far outside of Fort Carson.
I might write this guy saying, I have an awesome collection. Do you want to buy it from me? Like, I have a K98. Hitler himself uses to kill himself. Here it is. I'll sell it to you for $20K. But,
oh, yeah.
Look at this, the firearms table. I mean,
yeah.
Also, I've never heard a weapon cocky handle. I've never heard. That's a new one for me. I've never heard.
Take a step back and look at the uniforms. It's a fucking pilgrim, like a high school musical pilgrim uniform in the background. There,
yeah, even Pakistan's laughing at that shit. Like the Pakistan, like they. I mean, like that's Amazon. I really think he got that on Amazon.
Oh, dude, 100%, man. Like the wigs and everything. It's atrocious.
I just don't understand. Like, where did he get the funding to buy these firearms?
He was probably a trust fund kid.
I think he started off. I think he had money to begin with. Don't get me wrong, but I think when he opened this gun club, people come out, shoot full autos, destructive devices, etc. So it grew, and he's like, "What do I do with?" And then, like I said, once you become that elevated, people are like, "Hey, I've got this Nazi gun in my closet. My grandfather brought back from World War II. Would you like it?" He's like, "Sure." And here's unmolested STG-44 or whatever.
Well, even the shotguns. Like he's like, "This is what the shotgun was back then." No, they actually was a smooth shotgun.
Pretty much everything was a shotgun back then. It was smooth.
Yeah, New England guys, they're literally just shotguns.
Yeah, buck and ball. Weird. Even I know that, and I'm a fucking retard when it comes to that shit.
Yeah,
you know, like
I guarantee that thing was made in like probably, if it is original, it was probably like India. You know, some shit. I mean, it's cool. I'd fucking own it. I'd shoot Jolly Ranchers out of it and confetti at myself. But
hell yeah, bro.
Fill it full of rock salt and use it for home defense.
No, just take it out, Wayne. Put it out Wayne Hutzel's tent and just shoot confetti out of it. Like, grand opening.
Like dick-shaped confetti. Just throw it out there. You know? I mean, I don't even think this dude's on the ATF. I literally think agents go, he's no harm. Like, he is more likely to kill himself with.
I wish there's tons and tons of videos, but the one that struck me was like, look here, it's the real deal. It's not the TNT. It's like, there's no fucking way that is legit TNT just laid out for people to fucking touch. One, that would be illegal as fuck.
In Colorado, like if
it's unsafe as shit. Like if you have TNT that was produced within the last few years, it may be okay. But Nazi quote unquote TNT that's been setting out for, I don't know, 7-8 decades. That shit's leaking nitroglycerin to a fucking extent that no one.
Shaking that can around like monkeys.
Yeah.
Like remember the monkeys in the barrel? That's literally what they sounded like. Just
and he's passing it off like, it's the real deal, guys. It's the real deal. Do you know what? No other museum has this? Yeah, because no other museum is as dumb as yours.
This place would be amazing, and ask him to be on the podcast.
No. I'm telling you, we need to send Wayne out there.
You need to send Ackerman out there too.
Well, yeah, that and James. James, and
those three, that trio, and we could just film it. That's the thing.
Oh, dude, yeah. So y'all haven't met Wayne. Wayne has no fucking filter whatsoever,
so he's kind of like Ackerman.
Dude. No, he's worse. He is much worse. Like I love Wayne to death. Wayne is the epitome of like no fucks given, and I'm going to say whatever's on my mind, and we're going to have a good time. Like I've never seen anybody make police blush and leave. He did it.
Yeah,
I will take a I will take a 4 or 5 day weekend this summer and take the money if we James and Ackerman and Wayne and me and Mike.
So long story short, real quick, Avery was there. I have no personal reference to this, but it's been circulated amongst of us. Wayne told me this personally, and I think Avery was there at the Cedar Creek reenactment. Wayne was there. They did like this huge ball, and this dude showed up. Well, let me rephrase that. This transvestite showed up in a dress.
Nice.
And was at the ball. Yep. At the ball. Balls at the ball. And Wayne was like, do y'all fucking see this? Like, this dude's got the biggest fucking Adam's apple in his throat, or this chick's got the biggest Adam's apple, or she's swallowing a fucking dick that ain't there. The cops that were there for security reasons left. They were so embarrassed and like blushing that they lost their keys, their vehicle keys. They came back the next morning, had to find them. He is a riot. I love him to death.
She's got an apple, she's got a banana.
That's right. That is 100% right. And
yeah man.
The sad part is Wayne is like, yeah, man, like it went full out. Like it had the dress and everything, but the dick had the fucking Adam's apple, bro. And I was like, God damn, Wayne.
Yeah, the sheriff guys just having to walk away like, I don't want to lose my job.
Yeah, they're like, we can't be around this. We're laughing too hard and it's unprofessional. So, but yeah, roll on with it, Bravo.
Oh yeah. Please.
Excellent shape. It's called a flintlock.
Oh wow, real deal.
Okay. Yeah, now scan these guns here.
Go back. I know what a flintlock is. I don't know what a flintlock is.
These are really rare. Here's a rare one. They only made 500 of these.
Yeah, I'm sure you know
and
that.
This has 2 hammers. Look at that. But only 1 barrel. See that? See, you put the blasting cap on there. You put the powder with your powder horn in the barrel. Then you put the ball in there. Then you take this rod out. See, like that. And then you have to pack everything in there. See, like that. And then, finally, you're ready to fire it. See, you pull the trigger. It's only got 1 trigger. The right one goes first. The left one goes next. So the only advantage of that was to put the blasting cap on here, and you wouldn't have to do that when you reload the second time because it's only got 1 barrel.
What the fuck are you talking
There was all different manufacturers back then during the Civil War.
Wow.
And all the different manufacturers had different ideas how to make firearms. They were making these guns so fast, they didn't even.
What fucking time period are we talking about here?
Yeah, exactly. None of these guns
are Rev War display.
Yeah, none of this is Rev War. None of it.
What?
Maybe the blunderbuss. Maybe.
The blunderbuss, he said, was used by the Americans to shoot the British. It's like we went. It's like,
it's the shock. I
was using the Civil War, but like fucking.
I, on my personal opinion, the blunderbuss was probably never used during the Civil War.
It could have been, but like I don't have an opinion either way.
Like, we're most of the way through this.
You didn't have time to blue the metal. These are bare metal.
It was a thing, the blunderbuss, but like it was not used like he's saying though.
Yeah, and so it's like very fucking. It's like
it's a rare thing. It happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
Georgia, where they used one, but it's like nautical shit.
All right, you're good, Jake.
These guns so fast they didn't even have time to blue the metal. These are bare metal.
My God, they didn't
pumping them out. They needed all kinds of firearms. Okay, over here, check this out. This gun here is almost 300 years old. See, it's not a double barrel shotgun. It's a double barrel musket. And the way this works is the flint, that's a rock, would go into the hammer here. You put some real fine powder on the outside of the rifle. And when the flint hits this metal over here, it would make a spark, light the fine black powder, and that would ignite the powder inside the barrel, and the firearm would fire.
Whoa, no way. Oh, God.
Pretty cool.
You learn something every day.
I will admit
Did you not explain?
Okay, guys, you come around here.
God, what a fuck.
Check out these weapons here. All these pistols, 250 to 300 years old. The first flintlock pistols in America.
Okay.
What a collection.
Maybe.
A lot of those are repros.
Okay, over here we got the weapons, 250 to 300 years old. Okay, so when Benjamin Franklin went to France to talk to the French government to get soldiers to come back and help George Washington fight the British, this is the weapon the French army used to fight the British. 78 caliber flintlock. See that? And
Avery, those uniforms are better than yours.
The slug that it shoots.
Avery, wait, Jake, pause this for a second. So Avery, give an assessment really quick on how accurate those uniforms are.
100%. They look better than his.
Honestly, like
they're Amazon. They're 100% fucking Amazon.
If you were to ship that to the African kids, like little Ethiopians, they'd laugh at you. Like honestly, like they wouldn't even wear that shit. All right, like these don't like. It's I honestly like I think they're I don't know what they are Amazon.
They don't even look wool.
They're not
like that. Nothing. It looks like polyester or some shit. It does not even look wool.
If it got in the sun too long, I really think they would melt. That's how bad.
But it's a wheel deal.
It's a wheel deal. You wait till you hear. Wait.
The French musket's a 69 caliber. Let's just get that one out too.
Correct.
Yeah. What was it? There, what rifle was it? The French rifle that was 75, but the rest of them were 69, right?
So there were some.
British.
Go ahead.
The best was 75.
Yes, I was actually just gonna say that. But like you know better than I do. The brown best is a 75, but that's because they had it was a 69 caliber fucking bullet, but they had so much fucking wadding in it.
Yeah.
And so like they said, oh, it's a 75 because it sounded bigger. From what I know, I could be wrong. And Avery, please correct me if I am wrong. But most like the Charleville was a 69 caliber fucking musket, which is a 12 gauge, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And it's like, okay, it was more reliable. The lock was hella reliable. It was lighter and it was shorter than the fucking brown best, and that's why the French sold a shitload of them to the. Again, Avery, at any point, jump in if I'm wrong.
So okay, when the French were like, "Hey, you know, we're coming, whatever," like the first couple batches they sent to us, funny enough, were shit. Anytime, obviously, I hate to say this, like anything we do, anytime a country gives you a weapon, it's not the best weapon.
It's a test.
So,
yeah,
basically. So like Washington's like, well, this shit sucks. But you know, the common weapon like for the British Army and all that would have been like the long land pattern brown vest was like what we call it. One. And then most
which is 69 caliber, correct?
75.
75.
But that was 75.
But shoots the 69 caliber ball.
But
sure, but it's got a bunch of the wadding and shit.
The Charlevilles, those are 69, right?
Okay.
Now, the reason why our American weapons in the Civil War is because of the French muskets. That's what we copied. So we made the 1795 Springfields. We kind of based it loosely on the Charleville. And that's why if you look at our calibers, it kind of matches up with that.
Sure.
You know, it's a good design. The French were ahead of the game when it came to some weaponry because they're using barrel.
There's a reason they took over the fucking most of the world, you know?
And according to Brett, they had the best black powder to flint ratio as well.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. As far as for what their occupation, where they could get their stuff from.
Like I said, Brett has that whole book, Fire and Powder, or Fire like powder or something like that. He breaks it down like, you know, it takes 3 ingredients to make black powder.
Mm-hmm.
I think he said the French had the best black powder
ratio. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They had it worked out
on a live stream the other night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where they had it like where it was like fucking okay, you throw this projectile in there it's going to be consistent as fuck. And here's how you do marksmanship. And then sights started getting developed and all that shit. That's what Brett was saying, right? If I'm not mistaken. But you've got his book right there, so yeah.
Let me see, because he has it broken down by country. The author's weird. I don't know who. Anyway, because they each country experimented with different ratios.
I know the Spanish were trying too. He was talking about a little bit, and I've learned in my own just dumb research. But like,
I mean, this book is amazing if you want to make your own black powder, because that's basically what this book is: how to make your own black powder, the way they did back then.
And it's not illegal at all. Like, it's
no,
fine.
not at all. No, not at all.
So,
but like I said, if you don't want to go out and buy, was it like $35 a pound now?
Yeah.
But Brett was also saying that the Swiss, like the fucking Swiss black powder,
that's the best on the market right now.
Was the best because it's the most similar to the French.
Okay, so
if I remember correctly, I don't know.
All right, so US 76% saltpeter, 14% charcoal, and 10% sulfur. England is 75, 15, 10. France is 75, 12.5, and 12.5.
Oh, so there's a little more oomph.
Prussia is 75, 13.5, and 11.5.
Damn.
And Spain is 76.5, 12.7, and 10.8.
Oh, so you're using a bigger load.
Yeah, so they're mixing with the scientific measurements of what. You know. Now I don't know what the Swiss is now. I couldn't tell you.
Well, that's the thing is, like, we were talking about the Lorenz the other night, or a couple streams, and the Austrians had their own cocktail as well, and it was
they were the ones experimenting with the gun cotton.
Yes,
I mean,
and it actually proved to be effective because the Lorenz is like what the second Wisconsin, and I think there was like
I don't know if the Iron Brigade ever gotten. I don't know if the Iron Brigade ever got cotton cartridges,
right?
But the Lorenz was issued with gun cotton cartridges in Austria. But I think
it was cap and ball, like fucking.
Yeah, he test fired some, and they worked.
Well, that's the thing is, like, the Lorenz is like, it was a smaller caliber, it was a different caliber and whatever.
Yeah,
I think like what was the other? What were the other divisions that like actually adopted the Lorenz?
A lot.
There were a couple other ones
adopted. I'm not really sure, but I know the Confederacy got a hand. Yeah, I know the Confederacy got a bunch.
Yes. Yep.
I mean, pretty much both North and South got weapons.
I'm like north sides. Like what?
Because
I know it was Wisconsin, and there was like two other state.
Was it New Jersey?
I don't remember, dude. I don't know.
Who got the Lorenz in mass? Because they were Italian for the most part. They had Italian groups.
For federal, I'd have to look up.
Fuck, I wish Brett was still on here. Fuck.
What a nerd.
When it comes to federal firearms, so like I guess regiment.
It was mainly Enfield and Springfield, but I know there's a few others.
You always get that weird, like French shit too. Like no one talks about the man and like all that crap. But for weapons, you get that hodgepodge like mixed shit. But the Lorenz, I'd have to. I am curious now. I might have to dig that up a little bit just to see what federal regiments as a regiment.
Yeah, I'm just curious about it. Like,
I'm sure
I know for a fact that Second Wisconsin had them, and they had them until Gettysburg, and then they went to the 1861 and 1863 Springfield Rifles. So
yeah.
But I know there was like two other units that had the Lorenz for the Union side. I know a lot of the Southern guys because Austria didn't give a fuck at that point. They're like, we'll just.
Was it Illinois?
It might have been. I don't know, man. Like
Illinois is one of those fun states. They got some cool shit. Like they were some cool troops. I'll give Illinois that.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, well, Wisconsin guys work with Illinois and Iowa, and We're in Minnesota, but like
I said, pretty much everybody got everything. Like they were like, "Hey, we need to buy guns now," because like the video we did a while back, the U.S. military prior to the Civil War was like 30,000 people.
Oh, it was basically a smaller version of like World War One, like we were talking about, where the U.S. had 200,000 standing troops, right? And then by 1918 they had over 4 million, right?
Yeah.
That's 2 years.
And you only have two armors. You have Springfield, Missouri, and you have fucking
Rock Island.
No, well, not Rock Island.
Oh, are you talking about Civil War?
Yeah. Harper's Ferry.
Oh yeah.
That's it. That is it. So you
need guns.
Have these exactly. So you can't pump these things out in mass.
No.
And then when the Confederacy takes over Harper's Ferry, they take all the machinery and ship it back to Richmond.
So let's buy guns from elsewhere.
Exactly. Both sides.
It's funny because the Wisconsin unit like bought guns from Austria at the beginning, or I think it was what year do you remember what year it was that Wisconsin, like the National Guard, like, well,
I'd probably say 61, 62 because the war started in 61.
But I think they were
probably like, hey,
right? Did they not?
I don't know. Probably not, just because it was not a standard caliber. It was 54.
Sure, they're probably using like fucking converted muskets.
Yeah, they're probably using 1816s or 1842s.
They're probably using 1842s.
There's so many 1816s.
So they're probably more than likely they're using 1816s.
Well, here's the thing: is Wisconsin has always been like so. I'll just give you an example, like to compare. In 1916, when they deployed the Wisconsin National, or it wasn't the National Guard then, but you know what I'm saying, the State Guard, to Mexico on the border, the state paid for however many fucking tens of thousands of 1903 rifles to replace the Craigs they were using, right?
Yeah.
And so they went down to Mexico and they had the newest rifles and the newest ammunition. Some of the newest gear, a lot of the shit was like really old and all that stuff, but like they still went down to Mexico and they were like, okay, go down there. Really not much happens. They come back and they're like, that's why in 1917, they had just gotten back in like January of 17, right?
Yeah.
And then in April, they were like, okay, well, we just declared war on Germany. You guys have all the newest gear, the newest weapons and everything. Let's deploy you. You're going to be unitized. I don't know what the fucking word is, to a federal division and this and that. And then because you have all this new shit, you guys are going over there first. And we did. And it's like, oh shit. And it was kind of the same thing in World War II. Like there was that thing we were doing in fucking Louisiana in 1940, like that mobilization as the Wisconsin National Guard, the Wisconsin and Michigan National Guard at that point. And they're like, okay, you guys get M1 rifles and you guys get, new helmets and all that shit. And then, oh, hey, you're equipped. We're going to send you over immediately.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Like the Wisconsin National Guard has gotten fucked.
So if World War III breaks out and you're in Wisconsin National Guard and you get a new connex of shit, you're like, yep, we're fucked.
We're fucked. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a trap. It's exactly what you said.
It actually happened in 2003.
Yeah, it did.
It actually did happen in 2003 because in 2002 when I enlisted, the Wisconsin National Guard had M16A2s and M60s and 249s. In 2003, the entire Wisconsin National Guard, or at least 1st Battalion, got all brand new M240 Bravos and M4 carbines and PVS 14s and
that checks out
and Pac 4s.
Yep,
we got all brand new shit, and then in 2004 they got deployed.
That checks out because the 29th IED was issued M1s for the 1941 field maneuvers or the war games, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
They didn't see combat till 44.
Okay, let's finish Dragon Man because it's too.
Yeah, let's drag
shit,
these balls.
Fuck. We got so off track, but yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, look at that slug. Unbelievable. That thing hit you, your head's coming off.
That's a wheel deal.
Okay, so anyway, these are some of the founding fathers over there. Thomas Jefferson, he's on your $2 bill. And he wrote and signed the Declaration of Independence. If you look on your $2 bill, there he is, Thomas Jefferson. And there's a beautiful picture here of the signing of the Declaration of Independence on the $2 bill.
$2 bills.
Okay, Benjamin Franklin, he's on the $100 bill. He was a diplomat. And then we got Alexander Hamilton, he's on your $10 bill. And he was the first treasurer in America. Okay, over here, we got Andrew Jackson. He was your 7th president in 1829, and he's on your $20 bill. Okay, we got John Adams. He was your 2nd president. We can't forget about Martha. Martha was George Washington's wife, and there's George Washington himself with the soldiers all around him. He was our first president in 1789.
That's a Gruber Grabber hat, if I ever saw one.
If you want to learn about the American Revolutionary War, the Civil War,
Can't even compete with that.
Declaration of Independence, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States. You come see me this summer, and we give you the 2-hour tour. We're doing everything different this year. You don't have to buy any tickets. You don't have to look it up on the computer. All you do is show up 10 o'clock on Sunday, Wednesday, or Friday, and buy a ticket then. It's $20 for a 2-hour tour. The museum.
It's pretty much done.
I don't even think that's like I don't know what the fuck that is. That is not even an Amazon hat.
No, that looks like he took like his
Wish.com maybe. Like I don't even know.
I don't even
like,
think it's that looks like some bag. That
Jake, back it up so we can see George Washington's hat even better.
That's god awful. Like that looks like nothing I've ever seen from any. Like what the?
So Goober Grabber headwear. Is that something you would make?
If you paid me to make that, I would.
Let's back this up. Could he make a hat for George Washington? Yes. Would he make that?
That's the question I was asking is would he make that? Could he make that?
Money's
what the fuck
money.
is this? I'm a retard when it comes to Rev War shit. I can even tell that's completely fucked up.
That's a bad acid trip right there.
Fuck.
Whoever made that hat was probably sniffing the mercury.
Actually, you know what it reminds me of? You remember like those tents you take to the beach and you just fold it, like the pop-up tents? I really think that looks like mini display pop-up tents that he literally just folded in half and glued gold to the outside. Look at it. I really think if you twist that thing, it will pop up into something.
That doesn't look like felt or anything. That it looks like polyester.
It's completely polyester. It's 100% polyester. And
I think it has a reflection.
Oh god,
dude!
man.
Like what in the fuck? Like,
no, don't get me wrong. The other hats aren't quality, but they look much better than what that is. I don't know what the fuck that is,
dude. So okay, Avery.
Halloween Express.
What kind of hat? What kind of hat would George Washington have actually worn during the Revolution?
Whip it out, Jamie. Jamie.
He would have worn 1770, fashion cocked hat. The military, when the Continentals were getting through the regs, he would have had his hat to the regs of his rank, general and all that. Looks nothing like that at all.
Jesus Christ!
It's not even like you can say like it's not. It's not even the shape or anything.
Yeah.
At all.
There you go.
I mean, none of those uniforms even. Like, I'm just looking at them.
That doesn't look blue. That looks like baby blue. The one in the left.
Yeah, like the only uniform that would have had that would have been like Connecticut troops. They had I think the 2nd Connecticut had like a sky blue with red trim.
Jake Zuman.
That's it. Yeah, a cocked hat right there. 1770s hats got a little bit bigger. It was the fashion. But yeah, he would have had it ranked with the proper general insignia and all that crap, cockades and all that. But that's it.
Huh. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Dude, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm amazed that he does this. Like, what do the people comment on to these videos? As I want to know.
Well,
all right, Bravo, go find another video. We got to do this because he has not been.
I gotta go to bed pretty soon.
I'll whip it out. Come on, Jamie.
But anyway, so Avery, like this guy is like, again, like you said, he's got a lot of cool shit. But
yeah, I mean,
it's like he doesn't know what the fuck any of it is. And like, I'm a fucking autistic nerd, right? I'll show you my helmet collection. Jake's seen it in real life. I'll show you my helmet collection. I'll be like, yeah, this is this, and this, and this, and this is a fucking whatever. It's a restored project, blah, blah, blah. I know every fucking thing to the T in my collection, right?
Yeah.
Because I like it, right? And if I had something like that, I would know every fucking thing and I would get it right. And here's the thing is, if I don't know, I've got people in my network to make it right.
Wrong.
Get it right.
Wrong.
Even Google's just
well, Google sucks, dude. Because you get a bunch of
it's better than Dragon Man. Holy shit.
Fair. I'll give you that. I'll give you
that.
Oh no.
Look,
oh
I'm
God.
all
This
rights
one
and freedoms, but he might need his internet restrictions. I'm just saying, like, he might be my first case. Like, yeah, he might not deserve.
I just want to like expose Avery to as much Dragon Man as possible because he hasn't heard of him apparently. So
I didn't know that.
God was looking after me.
Well, and here's the thing, really quick before we start this one. So my buddies, Knight and Jonesy they were stationed at Fort Carson, and he's near Fort Carson, right? So they've actually been there in person. And they say he's a nice guy, and I believe that. I don't think this is a bad person.
I'm not shitting on the dude himself. It's just like you're doing a bad presentation of what you have. Like you have this much money and whatnot into
what
this.
Is he in? Is he in like a warehouse? Is he in a bunker? Like what we got going on?
He's got like several buildings on his property.
Yeah, it's like a warehouse type facility, from my understanding. And then outside he has a full auto range. So like I said, I think it's where he started was full auto. Like I have a bunch of 240s, M60s, MG42s. You want to come out and shoot, you rent the machine gun for a few hours or whatever it is, you fire. That's how he got his money. And then the word got out, and he was like, yeah, I'm interested in collecting a lot of stuff or whatnot. And they're like, well, I've got this thing that my pawpaw he brought back from World War II, and I think he's an electrician, had lightning bolts on his helmet. Like, yeah. So that's how he got a bunch of his shit. And I don't know who does the purchasing, maybe his daughter. I don't know, but he has a bunch of shit where it's like, this is the wheel deals. Like nobody in the US, to my fucking knowledge, has Zyklon B gas.
It's not legal to own.
No. Yeah, especially not out on a fucking public showroom floor where people can fucking handle it. There's no fucking way.
Oh, I'm gonna bounce, guys.
No balls.
Right,
no balls. Puss. He's a nice guy. I wouldn't tell him in his face. But yeah, here's Dragon Man again.
How you doing, guys? Dragon Man here. I'm in the Colorado Springs Military Museum, and we open it up this year, April 26th on a Sunday at 10 o'clock. And after that, it'll be every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, starting at 10 o'clock. No reservations needed, $20 cash, and you'll be very impressed. Let me show you what everything looks like. We've been working in the museum a lot lately. I got more uniform mannequins. Now we have almost 1,600 uniform mannequins. I got more flags. We got more helmets. We got more everything. Check it out. Look at all these.
Guaranteed these are not even World War II. They're like Vietnam, Korean War, post-war.
Well, yeah, I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They're all
just throwing that.
Every one of them has a M1 Grant.
Guaranteed all these bayonets and bayonet scabbards are reproduction.
Last count was 139 M1 Grants. Fully operational. with bayonets, ready to go. Okay, you come around here. We did a lot in the Battle of the, over here, D-Day, June 6, 1944, Omaha.
Here you go, Avery. You ready?
Utah Beach. I put a lot more stuff in here.
Does this not look like Utah Beach? I think it does. Like if I was coming off Able Company 116th 29th ID, coming off the Higgin boats, this is what I would see.
We got more ammunition, more M1 carbines, M1 Grants. We got hand grenades. We got 1919 30-06 machine guns. We got 50 caliber M2s. And these are real guns and real bullets. You won't see that at any government museum. I put in a few more mannequins over here. We got the spotlight that they used.
So most of these are M43 uniforms that weren't seen until like late 44. But what can you say?
Signal the ships to bring more men to the beach. We got the embalming fluid. We got all kinds of medic displays. And here's the original tent. Everything is 100% original. No shortcuts.
See that, Avery? 100%. No shortcuts. 100%.
M1 grads. See that? This is the real deal. See that? Cock 'em. See? The clip goes in there. Okay, we don't have a clip, so we're going to push that down. That goes forward. Listen. See that? They all work. If it don't work, we fix them. And all the guns are all oiled up, so nothing rusts. Okay, over here we got the Afghanistan Iraqi display. This is the Iraqi display.
Wow.
This is the Afghanistan display. We got the suicide bomber over here. And
is that what you show every day?
Yeah, absolutely.
reason a lot of museums around the country don't have an Iraqi or Afghanistan display is because the government doesn't let this stuff leave the country. I got all this stuff from the Fort Carson soldiers. I got 7 half tracks, every American half track. This is the ammo trailer, holds 6,800 50 caliber bullets. I made these decks so people can look inside the half track. Fully equipped, 1919 on the rear, in the front, M2 50 caliber, the original radio. These are M10 diaphragm landmines. No matter where you guys go, you're not going to see a better setup than what I set up here.
You say that.
Okay, over here, every American gas mask, 1914 to what?
I mean, don't get me wrong. This is impressive. Like pretty much every gas mask.
That's what I'm saying. Like he has.
Yeah.
It's there. It's there. It's just.
It's frustrating. Like he doesn't have a way to display properly. I mean that is impressive. Don't get me wrong. Every U.S. made gas mask, for the most part, I'm not a Seaburn guy, but that's impressive. Like every gas mask we had in service, for the most part.
What they're wearing today, we tell you all about that. We got the baby gas mask over here, Belgium and France. Come around the turn here. This is we call this rifle, 106 to 75 to 57. This is my newest display, the home front. If you were a citizen in America.
Like, even that's cool. Like, if it could be displayed better.
Cool.
1939 to 40.
What's that?
You got the clothes. Oh, I was just saying, like, for the clothes that are maybe original, at least he is like covering them and shit. Like, I'll give him.
Yeah, that's still cool. I'm not going to diminish the shit he has. It's pretty cool. It's unique, but the way he deciphers it to the public is crap.
It's almost like having the fastest car on the lot, but you don't know how to shift. It's like, dude, you got a cool car, but you just can't.
Yeah, you just bring it to the car. Yeah, you just bring it to the car meet and let it sit, and then you put it on a fucking rollback or a trailer and leave.
45. you would have been issued to put your gas mask on and take cover. This is the emergency water. Okay, the water is still in here. We got all the ration stamps over here. We tell you all about that.
Wow.
And we just keep telling you about stuff as we walk around.
We keep telling you about stuff as we go around. Keep that in the back of your pocket.
Okay, you come over here. These are 106 millimeter shells for my 106 millimeter recordless rifle. We got the crane over here. The tungsten crane, they only made 320 of them. This is my Russian display. We have all the Russian guns, the machine guns, the ammunition, the flags they use, the uniforms that they wore. Okay, in this room we have Hitler's room. We're not going to show you that right now, but when you come, we tell you all about the Holocaust and the Nazis. Okay, over here we have the British.
You did a really good job at
Okay,
that.
over here, the Japanese. I have samurai swords over 600 years old.
Ceramite swords.
See that? We tell you all about the
Ceramite.
Japanese, Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. The atomic bomb, 1945.
You know, I'm surprised he doesn't have the only surviving atomic bomb in the museum.
Oh, yeah, he'll get it.
That's on the next video. It's gonna be his news collection. News display.
Okay, over here we got Vietnam, 1959 to 75. We tell you about Vietnam. In my museum, 86 show cabinets full. We got the weapons they used, the M60 machine gun, the M16, the ammunition, and we got stuff from the Viet Cong.
Do you have enough American flags, though?
The Viet.
Do what's that?
Do you have enough American flags? I'm not seeing enough American flags.
Just one there, so he's lacking. Yeah, there needs to be more up here in the camo netting.
Not good.
That's an ongoing joke. Like every display, he has like the modern American flag displayed everywhere.
Yeah, I noticed that all over the
Vietnamese Army.
Yeah.
The SKSs they used, the AK-47s, the first SP1. See that? The first M16 came out in 1965.
That's not the SP1. Correct me if I'm wrong, not because that has a charging or the forward assist.
M16 came out in 1960. The first SP1. See that? The first.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh,
SP1.
It's an E1.
He said SP1.
Oh, I don't know shit, dude. So
I thought you knew more about Vietnam than I did, but I thought the SP1 did not have the forward assist.
yeah,
It
I'm
was
fucking.
a frick-
Yeah, it's a fucking E1 clone. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
with an A2 stock. by the way.
M16 came out in 1965. We tell you
No,
all
it
about
didn't.
that stuff. All
The
the
M16 came out in fucking 1959.
Yeah.
You fucking clown.
original, 100% original uniforms. We take you through Korea, 1950 to 53.
How do we go from fucking Nazis to Vietnam to Korea?
Real deal, bub. I'm just eating pizza, fucking enjoying this
Show
guy's
you
fucking.
the spotlights they use.
I'm enjoying it too. Just I'm
We got the original
asking.
generator. Everything in this room is over 100 years old. We got bolo knives.
So wait a
World
second.
War
Hold on.
1940.
During World War One. This is gonna be fun because this is my specialty.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
he drew that autism card out of the deck.
Get your blood pressure ready.
Yeah, just had some pizza, so let's fucking do it.
Let's fuck this goat. Who's holding the feet?
14 to 1918, the American.
Just a random globe, there. Because that's what every troop had in the trenches of
Yeah,
World
the,
War
well,
One.
he's got a
involved in
campaign
19
hat on it, so the 1910 campaign hat.
Well, I mean that's a requirement.
17 to 1918. And we have pictures here of the soldiers that wore that uniform. Okay, you come around here. This is the way the horse would have been set up in Europe with the McCullen saddle.
No, he wouldn't have.
See that I mean, but
That's
still,
very pre-war. That's very pre-war.
that's still cool though. Like the hat.
It's cool, but like,
But
it's not fucking World War
Is
I.
that like Mexican border war thing going on here?
Yeah, they would have probably, even before that, they were kind of like phasing the Cav out because they were like,
Yeah.
there's machine guns,
yeah, but I mean, it's just there. There's no like, this is what they
Right.
would have had
Right.
leading into World War I, and as you progress, it's just fucking there.
I mean, even
Like-
the horse, like that's cool as shit. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Like, it's a fucking horse mannequin. That's cool.
we've
It's
brought
also a little bit more excessive than what they would have probably had, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. But like, yeah,
I mean,
it's-
we brought this up before when we were watching these videos. It's mainly just, hey, look at the cool shit I have. I want you to see what the cool shit I have. I have cool shit. Look at it. It's here all in this museum. It's my cool shit.
Yep,
It's
exactly.
not educational. Like,
Yeah, because James has been on when we review this, and James is an actual museum director, and he's a
Yes.
cool fucking dude. And he's like, what are you teaching people from this display? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nope.
And it's like,
How much does it cost to get in this place? As well, I want to know. Like, what are the?
I
I
think you said
want
$20.
yeah, like 20, 24 bucks, something like that.
Not bad. I mean, I could see that. It pays electricity.
Well, that's the thing, is that's why Trey was kind of joking, but not actually joking earlier about like,
It's to the point that it's not open 24/7, 365. It's only from like Memorial Day to like November or something.
yeah.
It's only open
Cody, what
during
the fuck are you doing?
the summertime. It's weird, like, but it's in Colorado, so it's not like it's in like Ontario where it's like, well, we can only do it in the summer months. I don't know. It's weird. His hours are
This
different.
is the oldest canteen I have, 1905. This
If that's the oldest you just said you had Civil War, whatever.
one dated 1918. It goes on and on. You go through here, we have 5 more extensions, all full of the vehicles. 92 military.
That's a big. Like, what building?
That's an infield. Hollywood. All right.
Vehicles. We tell you about the weapons they use, the French, the British, the Americans. You won't get a.
Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. I'm pretty sure the British or the American nurses didn't wear fucking high heel boots. They were white.
I don't know what that is.
I actually don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I'm pretty sure that's fucking wrong.
Like the ankle boot.
Yeah, like most, from what I've seen and what I remember, it was black, just regular boots.
Yeah.
Like hell, during World War II, they were issued fucking jump boots.
Yeah, I actually don't know about that. So yeah, that's a good point though.
I don't questionable.
You won't get a. You won't see a better museum than what we going to.
That's okay. That's a trench device, trench periscope device. That's a Luger. That's a Glock 19.
All these show cabinets full. Everything's 100% original, and
it's a wheel deal. As the M1 Garand.
Yeah, but how are you gonna fucking? That's a pattern 17 rifle.
No, it's M1 Garand. It's the wheel. It's the wheel deal.
You come around here. We're gonna go down here, and we got all kinds of stuff in the Viet Cong.
Oh, I don't know shit.
This will be fun.
Viet Cong and Vietnamese Army.
If you haven't noticed, Avery, every American flag is the 50 star flag, not anything prior to the 48th and 49th, 45th state.
Probably got one free every time you ordered one of the uniforms.
Yeah.
Right here, everything, every uniform that they wore. We have all the homemade knives that they had back then. Hey, look at this. There's no 2 knives the same.
Holy
All
fucking
homemade
shit,
knives.
bro.
See, that's
Wow.
what they used back then.
People in the country made knives.
I got more of
That's
these
the
knives.
wheel
I got
deal.
more of everything. I'm always getting more and more stuff.
See
These
the
are the
M1s
sandals that they
fucking
use. They
lined
cut them out
everything?
of tires. See, the Viet Cong. And
I think that's something that's blown out of proportion. I have a Vietnam museum that's semi-local to me, and they have some as well. But I think that's kind of blown out of proportion, in my opinion. Like obviously it was done. I'm not going to dispute that at all.
Yeah.
They are very, very resilient people, but they're like, the way the museums, including his and theirs, every Viet Cong from the North is like, we're going to make fucking shoes out of tires now.
Well,
like,
Viet Cong wasn't from the North. That's the thing.
How many fucking people are we losing? How many vehicles are we losing to make shoes for every dickhead from the North?
Like this big, so like one tire could probably do like a whole company.
That's what I'm saying, though. But I'm like, how many fucking vehicles are we losing?
So like all the Vietnam vets I've talked to from different years and like different areas that they were in, like they were in I Corps, 2 Corps, 3 Corps, 4, etc. They said, yeah, they would make shoes out of tires because their shit would get burned out.
Yeah.
But it wasn't usually the NVA, it was the Viet Cong, which were mainly in the South because the Viet Cong was not the same as the NVA, right? Those are people who were local in the southern regions who would just at night go out and fuck shit up,
And then come back work the day shift. Yeah.
Yeah, and exactly. And they said they like a lot of the vets I talked to, they said they've seen them, but like you said, it's not like everybody had them.
Exactly. Every Vietnam era museum has a set of those, and don't get me wrong, it's cool. Like it's like, hey,
but they lead you to believe that every Viet Cong soldier had these, and it's not true.
Exactly.
At all. Like they just wear their regular fucking footwear that they would wear every day, for the most part.
The regular sandals.
Yeah. And,
but like every museum that Vietnam initiated museum is like, oh yeah, this is what the North Vietnamese or the Viet Cong would wear. Like, how many fucking vehicles are we losing? 4 tires. Well, technically, I guess you could say 5. If the vehicle's taken out, you have the 4 on the ground, the 1 spare.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit! That at the max, that's probably what, 30 guys.
Yeah, max. And it's like, yes, it was done. It's kind of like one of the what the fuck is another thing that I can
Auschwitz clothing. Every museum has a uniform from Auschwitz.
Yeah,
this guy does. Yeah, it's totally legit too. It's
his is the wheel deal.
The wheel deal. Well, it's like, dude, like, yeah, like there's a lot of people that said that Auschwitz was there, and this is what happened. It's still there, like physically. Okay, but how many people actually survived that, and how many uniforms could you get from that? What are the odds that you could actually get a uniform from that? It's like, so okay, I have a really quick a little anecdote to kind of compare that. I have a Fedayeen helmet, right?
Yeah.
There were very few Fedayeen troops in 2003. Most of these helmets got run over and bulldozed by the British and the American troops, right?
Yeah.
I had to make sure that this thing was fucking legit, and it is. But the odds of me having that are so fucking slim. But I actually knew what I was looking for and buying, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If I had this much just, oh, well, whatever, I'm going to get fucked by fake shit that looks real. Because here's the thing is, I can take an original World War II helmet shell, German helmet shell. I can redo it. I can doctor it up to make it look like I can age it, all that shit. I can sell it as an original to some idiot like this guy, and he'll buy it and he'll say it's a real deal. It's not.
German memorabilia is probably the most faked there is. You know what I mean? Like, that's why.
It's especially Fallschirmjäger stuff, like the Fallschirmjäger.
No, SS is the most faked.
Really? Okay.
It is the most, and I can tell because I've done research and I've talked to people who have been doing it for years and like been in, they're actually like good, decent mentors. I can tell you from a picture and from the lot number book that I have, whether your SS helmet is legit or not. 99% of the time, I'm just going to say no.
Yeah.
if there is a chance, and I go, oh, that decal actually doesn't look bad because somebody knew what they were doing and they got a good decal.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the lot number. Does it match up? That also isn't a fucking defining thing. But it's like, okay, so chances are like decent that your SS helmet's original. Okay. That happens in all of like military collecting, especially with Third Reich shit. And oh my god. And I'm like, Cody, shut the fuck up. Go lay down. But where the hell was I going with this?
Something about
I was gonna say Dragon Man. He doesn't know a fucking thing about anything he's got.
No.
You know, it's like, dude, like, what are you doing here?
Well, that's have you not noticed that the guys who have the money are the ones who don't know anything? And the guys who know everything are the guys who are like, I just want to afford like just one piece, and I know I can't even afford to look at.
And
I can tell you who wore it. I can tell you like when it was made, how it was made, the machine it was on. Like,
and John B in the chat. Yeah, decals by D-Day 1944 are amazing.
They're good. I can still tell them from an original.
Yeah, but like I think they are probably the best.
No. Hey, dude, if you want to make a fucking replica helmet with an original shell or like a repros, all suck. There's no repros that I found that are actually like 100%. If you want to do that, I don't give a shit. Just don't, dude. I had a fucking dude. This is a fucking rant, but like, so I bought an original Japanese Type 90 fucking helmet shell that was like reissued to the Thai Army and all that shit. Didn't have a liner in it, whatever. I was just like, we're gonna shoot this thing as a ballistic test to see how it performs.
Yeah.
So I shot it and then I sold it for like $20 on my website. Okay. About a month later, somebody sends me a link via email. They're like, is this the helmet you guys shot? And I was like, yeah, it is. It's on eBay for like $900 or some shit. I messaged the guy. I said, you need to take this fucking listing down now. I'm going to fucking end you. I made a video on it on my YouTube. Got a shitload of views on it. And I was like, you do not fuck with people like that. This is a shell that I bought for like $150. Okay. We did the test. And you're now trying to sell it as an original battle damaged fucking Japanese Type 90 helmet? No, go fuck yourself. Nope. And so he took the listing down and like his account was gone and everything like that. I said, don't fuck with me like that. If you're going to sell original shit, sell original shit. Okay.
Yep.
I bought original shit from people, but they're like, okay, here's what I've researched on it. Here's what I found out. And I'm like, okay, that checks out. Bam, that's fine. I'll pay what you want for it.
Yeah, it's a risk. Anytime you buy military member, it's always a risk. That's just part of the game. But that's what makes it fun though.
It is because it's like the more you know, like the more you know, the better. I'll just show you this. I'll just kind of fucking
I was gonna pull up mine that I did a while back, but I don't know where it is now. But I had a D-Day 1944 one that I redid as a single decal. I don't know where it's at right now.
Right, and that's fine. But you see this fucking thing?
Yep.
This is it's got the original insignia and all that shit still on there. It's fucking cool, right? And I've always wanted one, and I'm like, there's not a lot of them out there. And then this guy was selling it. I paid like $1,500 for it. It's the most expensive helmet I think I own. But it's fucking cool because there's like none of these out there. And he was honest with me. He's like, yeah, here's who I got it from. Here's blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll pay you the money for it. Cool. I have one now. There's another dude a while back. My double decal M35 Army helmet, German, size 68. This dude was like, I don't know if this is like OG or whatever because it's got a bunch of paint on it and shit like that. I bought it for like $500, back in the day. Got it, and I'm like, this liner looks like it was replaced. It's an original liner, I'm like, it looks like it was replaced. He goes, well, if you want a refund, like I'll fucking do that because I didn't know that. I said, no, let me do some research. So I figured out that this fucking helmet was an original M35. It still is, and it was painted over in like 1940-ish, you know?
Yeah.
And used, and then the liner was replaced later on, and the liner was probably fucked by the time the American soldier got it. So he just popped another liner into it because he put the fucking split pins on the inside of the fucking liner instead of like on the outside where they belong. Or I'm sorry, he put them on the outside. I fucked that up. You put them on the outside underneath the split pins versus in the liner. And I said, wait a second. That's conducive to like a U.S. guy going, oh, it's a cool helmet, but the liner's fucked. Oh, I found another liner.
Well, there's plenty laying around.
And it's a size 58 liner, which is a size smaller helmet, you know? So I'm like, but it's an original liner. And I'm like, okay, so there's more history to this helmet, which makes it fucking awesome, you know?
Well, it's almost like years and years ago, Russian captured K-98s, right? There was always the battle of like, do you destroy it to bring it back to World War II configuration of German use? And it was at the time, I get it. There were so many of them. But then you're like, man, this is also like a really cool part of the history that it happened. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is its own story now. It's like, it's always that hard split of like, if you, as a reenactor or, you know, whatever, and you're like, I want to use this, it's like, how much can you do to be authentic without destroying history? Right. And it's a fine line. It's like using original gear. There's a lot of original gear you can still use to this day, but it's been a while now, that war. So it's like, even GI shit, it ain't like it used to be.
No.
You know? And it's always that weird line. I mean, fuck, back in the 70s and 80s and the 90s, early 2000s, there were still guys using original Civil War gear.
Yep.
And especially then, you know, basic stuff, cap boxes here and there, cartridge box, you know.
Man, I think the 1960s, a lot of guys were using like all original gear, even clothing. It's like, bro.
Well, look at one of my favorite scenes, Gone with the Wind, the hospital scene. That's one of the most authentic scenes you'll ever see in history because it literally is awesome because of how many they actually did. But also, there's original uniforms in that scene.
Yep.
You know? And at the time, I mean, think when we were kids, we were all about the same age. World War II helmets were like $20 or less.
Yep.
True, like World War II helmets, like nothing special, just a front scene.
Yeah, they're at the surplus store. They might not be in good shape, but they're $20.
Yeah, and World War II, like belts and all this shit, like it's like $20, $15 now.
Well, Vietnam shit was dirt cheap.
Oh, Vietnam was like, we're going to use this for a garden decoration. We're going to put a pot because it's cheaper than a pot.
Dude, I got all my Vietnam shit. I think I paid in total, like, for all my like Vietnam gear itself, I think I paid like $40 over time.
My dad was using the gas mask bag.
Yeah.
As a fishing tackle box, basically. He was putting all of his shit in there, and then he had the Y strap, the H
straps. Yep.
He was using that for a tool belt. I mean,
well, and like when I was working, so this is gonna be a fun thing too, is like when I was working in like, you know, from 2011. Yeah, 2011 to like 2014. My tool belt was an East German fucking like, you know, gray buckle belt with a bunch of pouches and shit on it. Okay.
Yeah.
That shit is going up in price too, and I'm like, what the fuck, really?
Yep.
I bought that belt for 25 cents. You know,
look at the Russian shit like the Gots.
Oh yeah.
Who would have thought, right? Like you.
Yeah, I mean it's shit. I can't touch it. Never mind.
There was
You better not.
Years and years ago, there was a guy I knew. He literally bought the crate full of them, and he used it as a coffee table.
No, dude, I remember that shit because you get a crate for like $2,500 because there was 20 of them in there.
Yeah, when I used to work for the magistrate's office, or we used to work for the sheriff's office, the magistrate, he had, I think they were SKSs, not Mosin guns, and he was like
Yugoslavian ones. Yeah,
he's like, I'm just going to buy a crate and give family for Christmas or something, and then sell the rest off as like just sell them, and that's what he had. Like it was a crate full. And then, just there.
They were like, I mean, hell, back in 2012. Yeah, 2012, and like Cabela's out there in fucking Kansas.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah.
They were $80 in Cabela's.
Yep. And then Sandy Hook happened in October, November, or was it December? It was like later in 2012, and then everything was like, okay, now they're 120. Okay.
And then the whole firearm import thing.
Now,
exactly.
It's like look how cheap Garand's used to be.
Yeah.
Oh, 440 round cans were $60 fucking.
Now on the vice versa, I went to Field and I think it was Field and Stream, which is like an off-brand or not off-brand, but like a sister company of Dick's, and they had a Springfield 01 or Springfield 03 for like $3,500, and I was like, okay, I'm not touching that, but I'm just looking around. I'm not looking for one, but if I find if one pops up, I'll buy it. A local mom and pop shop had one for $700, and it was a sub 8. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Was sub 800,000 serial number?
It depends
I know
what year it was, but like
yeah. So anyway, I can't remember the serial number, but it was a sub 800,000 serial number, and the mom and pop shop had it for $700, and I was like, yoink! I'm not paying $3,500 for 03, unless it was the one that was the one that was serialized to kill Hitler himself. Like, I'm not.
That's the thing is, I have my 03 because I wanted to get one for reenacting, right?
Yep. Yeah.
100%, I do my unit that I was in during World War I.
Now I did have to put money into it. Like it was re-arsenaled in 42, so it had a
okay.
It had the modern, or not the modern. It had the re-arsenal stock, so not the straight pull stock. It had the
gotcha. Yeah.
But still, $700 versus
it's a 1903. It's like it's a fucking
versus a $3,500 identical rifle at Field and Stream. And I was like,
right, and then the $700 thing is why I was bringing this story up, is because back in the day, I think it was like 2014-ish, around there.
This is about the time I bought mine.
Yeah, I was on gun boards, right? So it was a forum site, and I was like actively on there. I'd buy, sell, and trade shit with people on there. And this dude had a 1903 that was original, like 1918, like straight bolt, all that shit. Fucking nothing had been fucked with. A rock island. And I'm like, well, I need that for the unit that I'm portraying, because the 128th had 1903s, not 1917s, and he was asking 12 for it, and I was like, I can't fucking swing 12. And I said, here's what I'm gonna be using it for. I'll take good care of it. He goes, all right, how about 700 shipped? And I said, done. So I grabbed the cash, and I was like, I'll get more cash, like fucking whatever. So I paid him. He sent me the rifle, and I still have it on my fucking wall. And that fucking rifle, like, probably just sat in an arms room, because when I shoot that son of a bitch, it's at 500 yards. It's just like, bam, ping, on steel, just fucking easy, consistently.
Yeah.
But it also, like, I've used it for reenacting, obviously shot blanks through it a lot.
Yeah.
And dude, so I got very fucking lucky for $700.
Yeah.
And it's dated July of 1918.
That's cool.
Yeah, mine had the counter bore where they.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yep.
But I was like, I'm mainly going to use it for reenacting anyway. But I sold it to a buddy that did World War One because I was like, there's no point in me using it or having it because the 29th ID, even prior to World War II,
had M1s.
Had M1s. So
yep.
I regret selling it, but not that I need it.
Yeah. It's in good hands too, man. So
it's It's a fellow reenact has it, so yeah, we're good. Yeah,
but
yeah, like Boomer has it, and he's like asking $3,500 for it or something. So
yeah, I mean, it's I'll show a picture really quick.
I had to replace the stock, trying to get it back to yeah.
The only firearm that I've noticed, have y'all noticed it's gone down in price? Is the 1917?
It has not gone down in price.
I'm seeing them still for like $650, $700-800 easily.
Damn.
You have to find it, but they're still there. Like I don't know what happened. Like I don't know, the market got flooded with them, or just no one cares. It's a fun rifle to shoot, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They're fun. They're fun toys, and they're cool history behind them. And they were used plenty, obviously, but not.
So here's Avery. Check this out. This is my World War One.
God, what a farb!
What a farb! What's farby about it, there, Trey?
The trees in the background. It's weird. It's
not. They're not. They weren't around in 1918.
No, I mean it used to be like just barren land for miles in trenches.
But yeah, that's my 1903, and that thing's fucking awesome. And
you fucking nerd.
I hate the haversack.
Oh, me too. I think
I hate it so much.
Hey, it worked for like 40 years. So get fucked, nerd. It
didn't work for 40 years. They just had it for 40 years.
That's the government.
That's a difference. It's a difference.
Right.
If the government approves it.
The thing.
That thing is such a hunk of shit. Like, I thought my gear sucked when I was in. Jesus
really
fucking Christ. Like,
it's
a fucking diaper that you can fit like 3 fucking things, and you have to pack it a certain way or else it doesn't fucking work. And
I never understood why they did that. You think about it.
I'd rather have just a fucking haversack. Like the Civil War haversack. Like
just a backpack?
No, just a fucking haversack. Like legitimately a Civil War / Rev War / anything. A haversack is basically a pocketbook. I'd rather have that.
Yeah, the
a GP bag is basically what it was.
The 1910 and the 1928 quote unquote haversack, hunks of absolute dog shit.
The 28 improved, but not what it needed.
They added one strap.
Yeah,
how the fuck does that improve?
It improved. No, it improved one thing that did not need to be improved over everything else that needed to be improved. That's it.
Yeah, it's a hunk of shit. It's one of the worst fucking. Here's the thing: is I've said this. Besides the 56 gear, which wasn't great as well.
No,
US gear has sucked ass.
Yep.
Since our inception, it's been fucking awful. Like, the fucking if the Brits are doing better than us, what the fuck are we doing?
Even theirs was a little bit better than ours, but it wasn't perfect. It was still
no, it's not perfect, but it's also like.
But then again,
ours have always been a hunk of shit. Like it's just.
But then again, like you think you have great gear, like the ash jack, the assault jacket for D-Day. Like in theory, that's what we have now: an assault jacket with.
Yeah, I never wore the flick. I never
seven. It was 7 pockets, 8 pockets.
Yeah, I never wore the flick because it was a hunk of shit.
In theory, it's a great concept. Quick detach. You have 4 chest pockets, a back pocket.
I always fucking had my gear on my fucking my body armor because it was a hunk of shit.
But every veteran that I've talked to from World War II is like, yeah, the assault jacket was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like the latest photo in World War II that I've seen anybody wearing an assault jacket, it was September of 44, and it was cut down. He had cut the center half off. So it had the 2 chest pockets and the back pocket, and that's it.
Right. It's a hunk of shit. Like,
yeah,
it's just not the U.S. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess my shit on my fucking IBA and IOTV
yeah.
worked.
Now, I like the IOTV comparatively to the IBA, but
you know what the
also what's up?
The thing is, if when I become president, I'm just going to take about 100 enlisted guys and tell them design me gear for my army. I want only enlisted E4 to E7s. Figure this shit out, guys. Here is $1 million. Build me the equipment that guys should be in, and I guarantee you'll have the best in the world then.
LBT's gonna get a lot of money.
Design shit. That's the easiest way.
LBT's gonna get a lot of money.
What?
Where's that fun money?
LBT, London Bridge Tactical.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing: plate carriers, 3 fucking double pouches, IFAC, canteen pouch. That's literally it. Because if you talk to like Jonesy and Kyle and everybody who was in Afghanistan during 2009, they were getting plate carriers. They weren't getting fucking IOTVs.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, it would have been nice to just fucking have the bare minimum so I could actually move without like killing my fucking knees and my hips and my back. Like,
not service related.
No. Well, yeah, that's a whole nother fucking thing. But like, no, we had the side plates, the fucking, I wore a large vest, so I had the large plates, and then fucking everything was attached to my vest and shit. So it's like, when you're fully loaded, you're carrying like fucking 120 pounds of shit, you know? And it's like, okay, that's not great. And you're running on rocks and concrete. Like, okay, not service related. Yeah. And I wish we could have had plate carriers because we didn't, where we were at, we didn't actually need the fucking full IOTV, you know? And that's fucking, anyway, I won't go on that rant. But
yeah,
yes.
like so we the IOTV compared to the IBA. I mean, some of the older guys have IBAs and they're junk compared to the IOTVs.
Well, here's the thing: if the IOTV starts wearing out, which it did for me month 2 in Iraq, where the cummerbund is like the elastic's completely fucked and everything like that because you're wearing it all the time. It's just like an IBA, except it's all on your fucking shoulders. It's not like distributed around your core. It's like it just pulls. It was a smaller. I don't know. It was just the vest. Once it wore, like at first we were like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing. This thing rocks. But once that fucking shit wore out, it was just fucking running around in that shit. It would move everywhere. It would just fucking flop. And I'm like, oh my god, like, and it would be all on your shoulders, just like the IBA. And I'm like, well, at least the IBA I can put on easily. Like the IOTV, I have to take my fucking K-pod off, you know. Fucking, I can't have a K-pod on. I have to throw that thing on over the top, do this, lift it up, bam, bam. The IBA, I could have my K-pod on, throw it on like a fucking jacket, and just go, we're good to go. It's a lot quicker. And it became like this. It became like a horse apiece, I guess. Because the IBA sucks. Like that thing fucking killed your shoulders. That was a bitch. But like, I would have rather had the IBA than the IOTV, to be honest with you.
I'm telling you, man, just let soldiers design their shit.
Plate carrier.
I mean, think of the camo. What the Army spent? What?
Oh, don't get me fucking started on the UCP.
$5 billion to glow in the fucking dark, right?
Dude, don't get me fucking started on this fucking piece
Germany,
of shit.
Germany in the 40s was so ahead of the game.
Exactly.
Dude, don't get me started on this fucking piece of shit.
Do you know how many guys we could have recruited if we just would have used camo?
Use what camo?
World War II Germany's. Any of them. Literally any of them would do better than that.
Here's the thing. The Marines, okay, so when I was in Iraq, I saw a bunch of coalition forces, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They're all wearing their desert shit. Marine Corps Marpat Desert worked the absolute fucking best. I mean, it was like if they stood still, they were almost invisible with the Coyote Brown shit and whatever.
Yeah.
Almost invisible, right? Second place was Three Color Desert, right? That was a little bit faded. I saw Navy guys and shit wearing that. Some Air Force guys. That was excellent as well. Then the Iraqis that we were with were wearing chocolate chip. It worked. It did its thing. UCP. So we had the two kinds of uniforms. We had the nylon cotton ripstop, the regular like garrison ones, right? That we were authorized to wear.
Yeah.
The dye in those turned blue in the sun in Iraq, right? Like it was like it looked to me because I don't see. So when I look at this shit, right? What colors do you see in this?
Blue, green, yellow, tractor.
It literally glows in the dark at night. Like, I mean,
I just see gray because I see dark gray, light gray, and khaki, right?
Basically. Yeah.
Now the frac use, if you got them dirty, they would blend in a little bit better. Because they were cotton.
If you wash them, because they were rayon, fucking Nomex and cotton. Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't that you got them dirty. It's that if we washed them, they would start turning pink because the dye was different.
Yeah.
And it would be pink. And pink is an actual hue that you find in fucking the desert, like Iraq.
Yeah.
Cody, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm gonna fucking end you. Now the frac use, I wore those most of the time, right? Because they were lighter and I could breathe better. They didn't last long at all, man. They were made so shittily though. Holy fuck, dude. Like they would, I think a frac uniform would last me like 2 weeks, and then it would like start tearing and shit, and I'd like have to get rid of it. But they were more comfortable and they were lighter, and so that's why I wore them.
100%, yeah.
But yeah, after I washed them once, they would like turn pink, and I'm like, good. It actually fucking works, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like but anyway, but the whole pattern itself is just not good because you can still with the pink, you can see the fucking the dark. To me, it looks like dark gray, light gray, and khaki, and I could still see that. And it's like most people could.
Because I knew a guy that used to work for the for West Point for the Camo, and he was telling us, he was like, when the Army was like, yeah, we want this camo, he was like, y'all are making a mistake, but I'll go through with it. But I'm just being forth with you. You're fucking up. Like you're making a mistake. And they're like, we're going to do it anyway. He's like, all right, I made my stand. This is what we're going to do. And then there goes the ACU.
Yeah. And it was just it was just, I mean, it's kind of cool that that's what I wore when I was in, you know, but like,
oh yeah.
Because it was such a short-lived uniform because it was such a piece, it was just such a hunk of shit. But I still like, I always felt just like very unprofessional wearing that because it was so sloppy looking.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm in the fucking U.S. Army, and I should be, you know, at least looking halfway decent.
Yep.
And I never felt like wearing that uniform I looked decent. It's like you can make all the fat jokes you want, whatever, all that shit aside, but like
when you first get it, when you first get it, you're like, oh, I'm hot shit. Then you're like, after a while, you're like,
it's just fucking gross looking.
I feel like that kid from Jojo Rabbit. Like it's replacement. I think it's made of cardboard.
Right, and it was like, I remember I had pockets tear off of my uniforms and shit. I was like, okay,
made by the deaf and blind.
You guys are pumping these out as fast as possible and not doing quality control. Lovely. And then yeah, when we got to Iraq, I was like, oh my God. Like this completely stands out. It
Yep.
makes people more visible than
Yep.
No,
I'm like, oh my God.
I remember like at nighttime in the woods here, you
Yeah.
literally glow in the dark.
Oh yeah.
Like you nighttime, dark trees everywhere, and you see this ghost figure, like looks like a light sky blue gray mix, just walking.
Yeah, and you're what the fuck is okay. Yeah, it was just not good at all. Like,
And I'm telling you, like someone's nephew, somebody was involved in government. Someone's nephew ran a business. It's like what $5 billion we spent on that shit.
yeah,
Now,
and then
you can get it though. The rifle battle kits on eBay, you can get it for like they call them the battle kits for like $50-$60, just basic enlisted gear. And I've been doing overdye on them, and that's actually been kind of fun because I've had 3 or 4 guys reach out to me saying, "Hey, what do you charge to dye these?" Because the equipment's cool, like it works. I mean,
it does work. Yes, it was fine.
like your basic stuff. I hate to say
the rifleman's kit. Yep.
Yeah, who want to like either outdoorsy, be hunters, doomsday preppers, whatever you want to be. I don't care. Money's money. But there's a few dyes that I've done, and it's what I've realized is hitting that brown. Once you can throw that brown in, it kind of mutes it. And I'll have to go get it one day and just show y'all. It actually is perfect for like Georgia southeast fallish brown, that pine tree color brown. Here.
Well, that's the thing is like, my buddies Jonesy and Knight, they were issued UCP Delta in Afghanistan and with 4ID, and they said it worked a lot better. It wasn't perfect, of course, but they said, yeah, introducing the brown into that it's a kind of a must. Like you have to have it, or else that shit's just unless you get it completely filthy. But then again, here's the thing that people don't understand: people who haven't been in the military, who have never been deployed, like you're not allowed to have a dirty uniform. Like you need to have so it's kind of a fucking self-defeating idea of like, oh, let's get the uniform dirty and then it'll work better. But then no, you can't have a dirty uniform.
Yeah.
Even if you're out in the field, like that shit matters. And they do enforce that shit because they're fucking idiots. But that's why UCP Delta came out.
Yeah.
And it's a lot darker in person. But you kind of get it's just, I hate to say it, it's just literally brown. But this one came out the best. I did an experiment. And like you said, it just mutes it.
Yeah, that's my buddies were saying with UCP Delta, like they said it made it better, and like they were like, okay, this is actually decent. Wasn't perfect, but
it worked better.
Yeah,
I mean, it can't get worse.
Worked better than fucking regular UCP. Dude, UCP was the worst fucking uniform design. I've been telling this on streams and to my friends for years. We should have stuck with the fucking third pattern jungle fatigues.
Yep.
In olive green 107 and khaki, whatever the fuck color it is, for desert ops. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
100% cotton ripstop. That's it. We should have fucking stuck with them. But people are like, well, I need to make myself wear something. Oh, God. I'm an engineer.
So when was the first time y'all were told about the famous key pattern on the uniform? Y'all remember that? What they used to say about that?
The what?
On the Army.
Something.
Yeah. So when I was in, and it's an old thing, y'all probably, once I tell you, you're probably like, oh, I remember that shit. And all the uniforms, every once in a while you come across one of the pattern of the camo. It's a key. It literally looks like a perfect key.
Yeah.
On UCP?
They always say like the legend goes that that's the spot that if you're wearing that in combat,
shit,
it's supposed to be your spot you're gonna get hit at. That was always the joke. But there's always like just one little like random key. It's usually like the medium shade.
Yep.
I've never heard this, and I can't.
Yeah. Once you see it, be like,
I never heard about it. That's where you're going to get hit. But yeah, I remember seeing
when I was in. That was always a joke. Like, anytime you have a key, like that was your spot.
I remember seeing a key in the uniform though.
Oh yeah, it's like once you see it, it sticks out really bad. You'll always see it then.
Is it this right here? Or hold on. God damn it.
Oh, you'll know it when you see it. It's a key.
Well, I think I see a part of one, but like I don't know if that's it.
Let me see if I can find a picture of it, and I'll send it to you.
And look on the back.
It's the medium shade, so it's like the
There
light
it is.
gray.
Like that.
Yep, that's it.
That's it right there.
That's dark. Well, that is the medium gray.
And like it's random. You'll see like this one big white spot, and then like there's a fucking key right there in the middle. But we were always told that like that's the spot. If you're wearing this and something happens to you, you're gonna get hit there. So we used to joke with each other because like it's random. So like some guys would have it like on their legs, like in their crotch area, or like on their hats. They'd be like, "Yeah, you're in trouble."
What the fuck? This is a fucking extra large long, so this has got a lot of fucking.
It's gotta be there somewhere. You might not even have one on there.
Yeah, I never got hit, thank Christ, but like. And now I'm looking for it.
But yeah, that was yeah.
I had it somewhere on one of my uniforms. I remember.
Yeah, I had a few. Actually, I actually got a pair of pants issued to me. The drawstrings were sewn down on the outside of my pants. So that's.
Dude, I don't think I have a fucking. I don't think
you
it's
might
on
not
this.
have not every like piece has one. It's random. Like you could look at your hat and be like, I never noticed this shit. You know what I mean? Like it's just it's random. Of course, though, maybe too because we were in different times. Maybe the earlier stuff didn't have the key.
I was in from 10 to 16. I had one.
Huh. Yeah, I was in from 8 to 12, and I don't have one on my PC. Yeah, there's one I had over there, so it's like.
Yeah, it's like I said. It's like here's another picture of one. Like it's so distinct when you see it.
Yeah.
And it's always that pattern. It's like not just like it looks like, it's always that exact one. So it's like just like a misprint they had for $5 billion. You think they would have fixed it?
Let's see if I got one on my fucking helmet.
Yeah. There it is. Kind of maybe you can see it from that angle. Or it's like right there. Just it's always in a larger white area.
No, I don't think I.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't think I have one. Probably why I didn't get hit, which is good.
Yep. There you go.
So, all right, gents. I think I'm gonna fucking call it.
Same.
Avery, have you seen this? This is my actual K-pot that I had over there.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, I acquired another one and then turned this one in. This is all fucked up. And like my elastic band is fucked up, but like, yeah. So I've got. Yep, this is the one I actually had over there.
That's cool shit, man.
Fucking, it's just so faded. Like it was like I did it with a Sharpie, right? And that's how fucking faded it got. But yeah, it's kind of a cool souvenir because I collect helmets in general. So I was like,
oh yeah, dude, that's cool shit, man.
Yep. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it because I'm fucking getting tired.
Same.
Yeah, 5 a.m. early.
Ah, shit, that sucks. So,
All
right. What's the keyword? What's the keyword, Trey?
I don't know. What were we talking about it first? When we first got on. I was going to remember it, but it's something simple.
Well, we could just do what Brendan said. The keyword is key patch. Or key splotch, or whatever the fuck you want for that UCP pattern.
Yeah, that works.
All right, key patch.
Yeah.
That's the keyword. All right, gents. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we will see you on the next one.
Yeah.
See ya.